Alright, chop street, chopping the bodies. Like making sure she a hobby. Ain't no assassin and saucy. I'm the hero, you ain't about to stop. Nah, doing it head for step. Cause you up with a beat for a weapon. Suplex, now we wrestling. Sword stab, give your chest in. Could everybody in the world. ET when he tryna meet me. I'm rolling these bodies like sushi. Yo, I'm hungry, come through 'em and eat. Wrap it up.
Yeah. Wrap it up. I get the raw and I wrap it up. Yeah. Snacking up. Then with the beef, I'ma stack it up. Yeah. Better rice. I lay it down, then I nap it up. Whoa. I'm on a roll when I'm macking up. Yeah. Hey, roll it all. Roll it like a bowling ball. Hey, one seafood and beef, oh, pick and hold it all. Do what I would, I never been below the law. Took a bite and the nori went and gave my soul a call. Yeah. Sushi. Okay. Saber slasher with my path, I don't have time for clearly. I got LPs to make, I guess the haters didn't hear me. Nah, if you not about the job, you shouldn't get near me. Assassins fear me, my katana turn them to Nagiri. Killers turn to Tommy when they try to stop me. Sushi soldier, this became more than a hobby. Flames of passion burning hotter than wasabi. Not gon' stop till I'm #1, better tell somebody, hold up. Back to piling up the bodies, hold up. My katana's hungry, so your time is over.
Break it down.
I don't find y'all entertaining it. Maybe I don't know what entertainment is. I'm broke and the scene pay to win. I'ma try to meditate again. I don't wanna have to set it straight again. If you're not trying to elevate a sin, take your time and find a better way to spin. Yeah. Hey, this happened to this integrator. What's the energy they drain? They bring pain to pinch. Lame boy, you a leech, I'm the lich. Yeah.
Alright, King Lich, my rap can benefit. I'm a hero, what you wearing just a bit. Pack it up. Aliens trying to meet me at the center of it, me and ET. Game of only means a repeat. I'm the predator, I will defeat. I'm a natural enemy.
Suplex, restore your memory. Your D-League never wanted to be seen on TV. Young grasshopper wanna be free.
Throwing nothing but dreams in the anime posters. Killing Pacific, you're trying to get closer.
Play #1, but I feel like a poser. Had to take a break and do it all over.
Now I got bodies, you're feeling bolder. Murder be getting me hard as a boulder.
Ever since I felt the work full of cold and frozen, just like my heart on my shoulder.
Okay, hey, all right.
Hey, how you doing? Welcome back to Dual Destinies. Case 2. It doesn't get more 2 than this. Case 2 of Dual Destinies, Stream 2. We all 2'd up. Hope you're doing good. He's released. He's out. Where's Maya? Or where's Maya? Where'd she go? She's a ghost. Oh, hi. How you doing? Thanks for tuning in. Hope you're all doing well. We're gonna continue this incredibly good game that I'm so far very much enjoying. Let me turn it down a bit more. She can be more. Yeah, so that came from. So for anyone that might have missed it, I was on Drawfee again. You should go watch it instead of the stream, and then come back and tell me how funny I was. Go to the Drawfee channel and give it a watch. We did complicated drawings, where one person draws a simple thing, and the next one has a more complicated version of the idea, and then yeah, going up the chain like that. And then we did it back down the other way. They gave him a bigger cage. Finally, someone gave me a bigger cage. And yeah, and some people in the Barry Court were talking about it and calling it bar fee, as in like, you know, emote prefix bar. And then I think it was Milky Pork posted an empty bar-ested emote and called it bar free. And I was like, wait, I'm gonna steal this. So I did call it bar bars. I did consider calling it bar free, but I'm like, my prefix is bar. The opportunity was there and I took it. So yeah, anyway, hi. So you can have that. Trophy's great. Thank you for the perceive. Large perceive. Bar fee should be a coffee mug with a beard. Like the Barger emote that's on the Discord. It didn't quite work as a Twitch emote. It's just been bars. Yeah, maybe? I mean, it works. I don't like single letter suffixes that much, because they're harder to search for. Granted, I have a short emote prefix, so it's not that bad. But bar sounds like a candy bar. Yeah, come on down to your local Walmart and make sure you ask them for bar bars. It's entirely corrugated cardboard and sawdust, and maybe a broken nail or two. Buy them today for the low price of, I don't know, how much you got. Bar, I would like that word. I mean, I'm not saying I'm like, I would never. As I was saying, I was like, yeah, I do have bar. Thank you for the big emotes. I like them very much. Thank you. A delicious tungsten torque bar, very much so. Oh, it got squished down. It's good. But anyway, so yeah, we're gonna go watch the Drawfee. It's good. I did draw an Athena last night. I guess I might as well share it. I was gonna animate her ear doing a wiggle, but I didn't get around to that because it was like 3 a.m. and I was like, I need to go to bed. But I did take a screenshot of at least the Athena I drew, even though it's gonna be like heavily cropped in, and I drew her very wide, where like it's not gonna. I don't know. Well, I'm gonna figure it out. But hi, my face when I'm trying to do a listen, and everyone in court is stupid, including me. I'm actually really happy with how it turned out. I'm just like, I need to see if it actually works with the ear doing a wiggle. It's 3 a.m. I must be lonely. Hi! Thanks for the raid, Maria. Hope you had a good stream. Permit for an upset Athena? Athena! Whenever I hear Athena, my worlds are colliding. Thank you. Yes, I had a lot of fun. If you missed it, I was previously on Drawfee a couple years ago. We did 30-second drawings. I like the kind of lean she's got too. It's a combination Barb set and also like a yo. That's really good. Excellent. And I was on. I did a 30-second drawing with Drawfee episode years ago, and I was on Drawfee Live for about 30 seconds. So if you watch their Drawfee Live compilation from last month, I don't know what time it is, a few weeks back, whenever it was, I'm in there like an hour in for a couple seconds. I'm there. It was a couple years ago. I think it was 2020. I think it was 2020 when I was on for the 30-second drawings. And what is time? I don't know. This is great. Thank you. Was it? I don't know. Someone, listen, I don't know what time is. Anytime I'm like, wasn't that like last month? Like we were having a maintenance issue in our apartment here, and it's an issue we had before, and I was talking to Bath, and I was like, wasn't this like a year ago we had this? And Bath was like, that was April of this year. And I was like, no, surely that was like a year ago. And Bath was like, I checked my email. It was April. I was like, oh, well. So in my brain, everything is either just a few months ago or several years ago, and I'm wrong on both counts. So it's good. Widgets, very important. I've been in a fugue state since like 2016. Real. Thank God we have stupid video games. Anyway, let me get caught up on stuff so we can hop back in to this. If you missed the last stream, we finished case 1 and we started case 2. And I can try to do a brief recap of what I remember of the beginning of case 2. It's yeah, it was 2020. Yeah, it's been a minute. The other day means yesterday and also decades ago. Correct. Everything's free. Time is not real. It can't hurt you. First of all, in between streams, for some subs and resubs, appreciate it, thank you. From Citteral, Alan Bradis Music for 11 months. Thunder Bunny Streams for 16 months. Kota Frostfingers, Magucha, Blue Abomination 626, who I hope is very much enjoying the CG Lilo and Stitch live action render. Daft Boy Trunks for 69 months, nice. Kopanik Spiffier, Zero Test for 12 months. Who said offline to not disturb, but to remove this damn notification from my app. As someone who only really watches Twitch on their phone when I'm like walking around the apartment, like brushing my teeth, getting ready for bed, I'm like, but I want to keep watching stream. I don't really watch that much on my phone. Does it actually give you a notification that doesn't go away to be like, your sub is back, share it in chat? Because if so, I'm like, why can't people dismiss it? Anyway, hi. Is that out? Well, they released a little teaser. The Stitch Runner Kill with Fire. I mean, I think it's fine, but also I'm not the target audience. I have negative interest in any live action, any Disney thing. I don't know. I grew up with those big white box clamshell VHS cases of a bunch of Disney movies. I have a lot of nostalgia for a lot of the old 2D animated Disneys. And the live action shit don't do nothing for me. Nothing. Yeah, I know the mobile UI is garbage. Certified. Any salami grabbers in the chat? I'm so sick. Yeah, well, yeah. I was looking at the headlines from the recent D23, and it's like all live action stuff as you expect, like remakes, and sequels of existing IP. It's one of my favorite monkey paw curls in modern memory. Is that after so many years, we're finally getting another Tron movie. Tron Legacy is not a good movie, but holy shit, it's one of the most fun times I've had in a theater. It was the best 3D movie I saw in a theater, because not only did it use 3D as part of the story, kind of, the sharp contrast actually worked wearing 3D glasses, instead of like, I'm watching a movie through sunglasses, and it sucks. It just pops off the screen. Yeah, and I like Tron as a franchise. And so they're like, finally, we're getting a new Tron. And it's starring Jared Leto and Daft Punk's not back. And I'm like, why are we doing this? I'm sure the Night Each Tale soundtrack is going to be good and different and unique, and that's what it needs to be. I'd rather that than, like, someone pretending to do a bad Daft Punk impression. But the soundtrack is what kind of made Legacy and the visuals. I mean, it's just a good popcorn munching movie. I don't know what people expected, but rips so hard. New characters in the real world. Well, yeah, I mean, if you've seen Legacy, spoilers for Legacy, but yeah, they very much set it up for the next one to involve the real world in a larger capacity. So we'll fucking see, but I'm just like, man, why couldn't we have just gotten a direct sequel not long after that came out? Disney, what's wrong with you? Anyway, hi, I'm fine. But yeah, the rest is all just like, I don't know. I haven't even seen Toy Story 4, and they're like, here's a 5th one. I'm like, man, I just don't. I don't. Anyway, old, ancient, elder, millennial is mad at mainstream media. Film at 11. Arbiter Argent, thanks for 12 months. 1 year for that Ace Attorney goodness. I mean, I think it's been roughly a year since I started Ace Attorney. Actually, I wasn't done with in-between streams. Carmine Gallo and Zanri, resub in-between streams. And Zanri with 63 months who said, and I quote, Coke Shaky. Thank you. Femme of Center, thanks for 14 months. Maya Spin. I'm getting dizzy. No, she's fine. Captain Bake, thanks for 3 years. Enjoy your Oki. I feel like I just resubbed last stream. How time flies. Ringus Tingus, thanks for 78. Enjoy your ice cream key for 6.5 years. That's a lot. Salami grabbing my beloved. I'm glad. I'm really happy with how the Drawfee went. Because we recorded. I mean, again, like in the context of what I was just talking about, that was April of this year, right? In the context of like, I don't remember. In my mind, like, I think it was like a month ago. It might have been like 2. But we recorded the Drawfee not too long ago. And I was just like, man, I don't want to fuck this up because it's intimidating as someone who's not a very good artist. If anyone's watching any of my drawing streams, you know how many tries it takes for me to draw a decent circle. And we decided that we didn't want to do the same 30-second drawing challenge I did before, which was a lot of fun. And I was like, hell yeah, let's do that because that lowers the threshold for everyone's quality of their art. But I thought the structure was really well suited for me. But I was like, man, I have to come up with an idea that's not in a, like, you know, something that not exactly something they've done before, and fart it out, and then complicate things when I'm not a very technical, detailed-oriented artist. So I'm happy with how it turned out, and it was a good time. And I was scrubbing through it, and I was like, wow, there's some funny bits in here. This is a good time. Anyway, circles don't exist in nature. It's true, especially if you don't look at the sun. 13 is a great rewatch. It was a good time. Anyway, Wistful Volpine, thanks for 3 years. 3 whole years. Bar 3. Wowie zowie. I always appreciate the good vibes and great streams. Thank you. Captain Big, thanks for 69 bits. Can we get Monkey with phone in bed from the Drawfee episode as an emote? I mean, we got Bar Monkey, so you could just give him a phone. I think the blog ape vibe. You'd have to punch in really close to the face to kind of capture that essence in an emote. Emotes are tough, man. You gotta cram in a lot of ideas into a couple pixels. So I'm grateful for Twitch's big emote feature, because it makes it like, oh, that's what that is. But like, ideally, whenever I make an emote, I'm like, I hope this reads when it's this big. An emote for emotes. So thank you, Flowers. I had a lot of fun. How did I miss this emote? It's new. After you finally be on Drawfee and not be timed. Yeah, that too. Having just like time to just kind of enjoy the space. You saw his Cudgeon garbage. Yeah, I know. Garbage ape, my beloved. It's not like I'm watching Drawfee. That's wild to me. That like, I mean, that's the joy of cross-pollination, right? But I feel like, I don't know. It's crazy that I could introduce someone to Drawfee and not the other way around. So that's cool. I'm glad for it. Barfy could be the Drawfee logo with Scruffy Barbatar face. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't think I would make it as like a sub emote if I did, but it's all good. Bar Monkey is 5 years old. He's 12. He's going off to college soon. Just on you. I'm pretty sure. Well, I hope you enjoy them. They're delightful people. Smash thanks for 100 bits. Yes, I did hear. Wally Amos, the founder of Famous Amos, passed away the other day at 81. We should have a hot Amos to honor his memory. Yep. Oh, Nicole has definitely heard the news. Guarantee it. But yes. Sadly, R.I.P. A legend. Azura Nagomi, thanks for 9 months. Enjoy your Ruby Key. Maria Bruce Marista, thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Elix, thanks for 50 bits. Killy brings important news and I won't let it get lost in the chat backlog. Drop this a few minutes back. Trombone champ unflattened. Oh. Oh. Oh, wow. Okay. I'm not going to watch it on stream, but, well, at least not unmuted, because I don't know what music it is, but... Well, time to hook up the VR headset again. Oh, no. Oh, dear. What an incredible idea. Oh, shit. Reb, that emote is fucking... Every time I see it... Jesus Christ. What are they doing? Can't wait. Okay, thank God. I checked the description and it says, coming this fall to MetaQuest. And I was like, huh? Steam VR, phew. PlayStation VR 2, okay, great. Because there are way too many VR games that come out. They're like, thanks to a collaboration from Meta Games, it's coming exclusively to the MetaQuest 3. And I'm like, VR is already such a fragmented market. Why would you do that? Like, I don't have a MetaQuest. I don't want a MetaQuest. fuck meta. If it's your only VR headset, then absolutely. VR is neat, and people should experience it with whatever means they have accessible to them. But like, fuck meta. I don't want. Reb's getting kind of good at Blender, you know? Yeah, it's great. Also, Godot 4.3 dropped today or yesterday over, and I was looking at the release notes, and they added like native FBX support. If anyone was watching my Godot stream from, 3 or 7 months ago, I was like, oh, let me just drag in my barvatar.fbx. FBX is just a very common file format for like models, exports from Blender, for example, to be like, here's the model with animations and stuff. And I dropped barvatar in, and he was really, really, well, first of all, you had to download a separate extension to support FBX. And then I put him in, and he was like really, really small in a huge container, and the scaling's all fucked. I don't know if this would fix that. Maybe there's something wrong with the way I exported barvatar. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know what I'm doing. But now there's native support for FBX within Godot 4.3 and on, as well as a bunch of other little changes, like literally things from a few weeks ago when I was doing my little game jam project of like, this is a mild annoyance, and like it's fixed now. Things like certain types of autocomplete not working in GD script. They're like, yep, it's fixed now. It's wild. It's cool to see. That stuff be hard. Yeah, Blender, what I found from learning Blender, and I'm not saying that in terms of like, I know it now. I'm still learning Blender. It just kind of comes in fits and starts. Is, in order to be like, I want to make a little guy and pose him. Not even animate him, just like have him do a thing. Basically requires you to learn like 10 different disciplines. Like if you think of a AAA game studio, right, where they have a lot of people wearing different hats, that like everything you have to learn is a separate job. Just the rigger is a job. The modeler is a job. The concept artist designing what the model look like from the different angles, that's just its own job. The UV and wrapping probably should be its own job because that's a nightmare. The texturing, if there's any extra shaders and materials on top of that, the rigging, the actual then modeling and posing of the it's like, so in order to be like, I don't know 3D modeling, I want to learn Blender and make a little guy, requires you learn like 50 different things. So it's a lot of work to get to a point where you're like, I made a little guy. So for anyone learning it, don't get discouraged. I don't intend to discourage anyone. Just know, like, if you're struggling, yeah, it's not like I'm learning digital art, and that requires a lot to get up and running, and a lot of know-how, and but you can also just kind of fuck with it, and there's a playful element to something like that, where you can sort of learn things and discover things. 3D software, from my experience, is not that. It's really, really hard, unless you already know a ton, to just kind of get in and figure things out. So definitely follow some tutorials and take your time, because it's a lot. So this is Blender. Okay, sure, a game day with Cheeser on stream. Yes. So I was lurking in game stream and I heard him talking about Blender hell, but I didn't get the context until he sent me a screenshot of this, but I didn't actually see the clip. So thank you. I for anyone that doesn't know, Gam's a genius.
Holy shit. Wait.
Wait for it. There. Oh god.
Shit, yes.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's not.
Yeah.
I need you to catch up right fucking now.
Is
he only not at a
He's
really
in
distance thing?
Woo! Cheese rat reel. I'm so fucking excited. I'm like, wait, does that mean I can copy paste the Barvatar head into Helldivers? Because that's the only thing I want in this world now, is to go helldiving with Cheese Rat. or just a squad of 4 Cheese Rats, I think would also be really good. This was delivery from you? Didn't they put the full Barvatar model in? Shots there, yeah. Well, I know that Arlo did something with Helldivers. I actually don't remember how far they did it, but yeah. Can I equally share the VR chat fighting game I've been What? 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 Show me. What? I have to say, Game teach you because yeah, no. Again, was telling me that Eric was a huge help with just like, how do you mod anything? If anyone been cooking, what happened? What happened?
All right.
The first frame of the clip is my favorite thing I've seen today. I just just this frame is incredible.
All right, here we go. Oh, the outcomes are locked. Who's it gonna
This
be?
one's for you, chat. Ta-da!
Oh, Melvin getting real good at dodging those incoming specials. Oh, but was not expecting.
Third act, baby.
Oh,
Close.
get him, you scraggly little bean. Oh, Melvin nails that super combo, putting Renee in serious danger. And the assault does not let up. Oh!
I think I'm gonna lie down.
And Melvin takes the round. All right, all right.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Let's go, Melvin. Holy shit. Cheese rat, keys rat, please rat, and D's rat. Yeah, that. Take his shoes. Take his shoes. Fucking died. That is incredible. Yeah, shoutouts to Fenrir and Renee. That's insane. I am gobsmacked. People be out here doing amazing work. Thank you for sharing that. Eat his berries, Melvin. I'm humbled. Yeah, it's incredible. One image to open stream too. Welcome. Hi. Yeah. Go follow Fenrir. Absolutely do. Please do. That is insane. Yeah. I pull my money. Or in a right hook. The world is cool. That's awesome. Can't wait to see more. Yeah, I wonder how it was put together. But anyway, what the hell? Garburator, thanks for 25 months. Another game from my childhood. Hooray! Hope you're doing well. I'm enjoying it so far. I'm excited to see the turn when I'm go 8. No, I hate this. Every Ace Attorney has its moment. Or 20, where I'm like, actually, no, I hate this now. Thank you, we appreciate it. Onsta and Doiger fires in that too. Let's go. Let's go. It's a fighting game engine that uses Vroid Hub. Huh. Interesting. Very cool. Pearly Pie Art, thanks for soup. More Ace Attorney hype. Thank you. Turn is streaming, thanks for 46 months. They need to Toy Story stop. Blue Abomination, thanks for 32 months. Coke Shaky. Stevicus, thanks for 14 months. Woo Streak. Afterglow, thanks for the raid. Retail Sisyphus, thanks for gifting a sub to Traveling in a Box. I hope you enjoy the emotes, including the brand spanking new, worked on it for several months, Bars. Truly my magnum opus of emote creation. Again, shoutouts to, I wrote it down because I knew I was going to forget, to Milky Pork for basically making that. And I was like, I'm going to steal it because that makes me happy. It pairs very well with Bartension, which is, as in detention, which is on BTTV. You don't gotta be subbed or nothing. Maya can escape. Oh, also Secret Clock. Is it the show up on stream now? Good. I love Bar as a kid. Funky Elephant Prince. Yeah, we had the tapes of Bar run around, having adventures. Oh yeah, there he is. It's a clock. Elix, thanks for 50 bits. A minor but cool thing in Godot 4.3 is Unicode glyphs can now show directly in editor labels without a jank workaround. I examined the pull request, went from a requested to committed to 4.3 in 7 days. Ask Unity veterans how long little feature changes like that can take. Huh. One thing that's really cool about the Godot release notes is they revamped the release page. So I'll just show it on stream real quick. So instead of just being like, here's a list of the updates, it's like a fancy ass website with like all these tiles showing off all the new things. This is one of the things I was yelling about during my stream, is physics interpolation, because I had the Barbatar and the ball and sometimes it would like judder around, and I think that's from the physics. And they said here, 3D physics is already in the making. You can see it in this pull request. It's on its way. 2D is released with this one. But I noticed up here, they have this tally of commits and contributors compared to the previous versions of just not even that long ago, 0.1, 0.2, and now 0.3. And like, holy shit, look at the number of people and the amount of people who are contributing. Open source software, let's fucking go. Like, yeah, the amount of people who are putting in so much work to just be like, hey, this little thing that annoys you annoyed me too, and I fixed it. It's like, compared to Unity of like, yep, year 25 of checking the forums and seeing a post from 2006 where someone's complaining about this thing and they've never fixed it. And then Godot's just like, yep, no, we also found this annoying. Even something as random as like, I haven't even run into this myself, is not operator. Instead of in GD script, instead of writing if not my node is node 3D, you can now write if my node is not node 3D. So enough people were like, yeah, this is how most languages kind of work. You'd be like, if not this is this. But when you're using like more kind of simple English, it's just like, is not. My question is, honest, I would assume that this syntax still works. I don't know what happens. What if you say, if not, my node is not? Does it cancel? I don't know. But yeah, I'm not going to get lost in the weeds on all these updates, but some of them I'm like, ooh. They updated parallax. They made pixel smoothing the movement better. I don't know. Bunch of stuff that makes me go, nice. Bones. They got bones in here. It made, like, just the fact that there were tiny little things I ran into in my brief time with Godot. And they're like, it's better now. Just so cool. Anyway. Baking bones! You can put your bones straight in there. And retarget them. You can affect bones through script easier now. Blaze patchless vampire survivors? No. What happened there? I'm making Barrelax, just infinite scrolling Barvatars into the distance. Fragon Chew, thanks for 23 months. Bar Perceive. And I'm a computer, thanks for 58 months. That's like 2 months or something. Hope you're well. I'm doing good. I get to look at everyone's favorite gay lawyers again. Having a point. It's my favorite bone. In Barvatar, probably gotta be Spine 2. Probably is my favorite bone. Because that's the one that when I grab it, it make them real tall. With like the little legs at the bottom and like the little bit on top. Because Spine 1 is like the root. And then Spine 2 just kind of make them long. That's good. Pelvis.root. I mean, root, you can't really do anything without root. But, you know, you can't really mess with it because it just moves them around. I have no idea, Flavia. Barvatal, exactly. He has 2 spines? I think he has 3 spines. Which I don't think I've used. He has a lot. Barvatar, the model that I made now, like, years ago. Which, Barvatar is like the last thing I made in Blender that was more than a cube. So even when I look at it, I'm like, how did I make this? But I give him a lot of bones that I haven't actually used. He's got several spine bones, so I could, if I wanted to, like, make his body real floppy. Because if he just had one, it would just be like, meh. So he's got a couple extra ones. He's got multiple bones in his hands, despite his mitten hands. He's got fully opposable thumbs, and he has 2 bones in his mitten hands. So he can't separate fingers out, but you can, like, roll them around. What else he got in there? He does have foot bones, even though he got peg legs. I figured maybe I can, like, flip them out like feet. It doesn't really work because there's not enough geometry. It just kind of gets bit. He's got Spock bones. He does. Live long in Barvatar. We've got the link. This is kind of silly. All right, I'm gonna look at this and then we're gonna get back in the game. But thank you for all the stuff. Hot fixes. How hot are these fixes? Just looks like patch notes. Increased frequency of weapon power-up appearing as a level up option. Improvement for hectic highway pickups not always looping. Fixed car low cart and hectic highway moving too quickly on high refresh rate monitors. Fixed bug of firing a weapon not firing for long periods of time. Fixed pro time means infinite split. That's the wrong link. I'm like, this just seems like normal. Not that one. I'm gonna click around. 8 hours ago. Oh. Okay. Yeah, this is a little bit sillier. It's just it's got Dracula, but he's spooky. And it says patch 1.11 bug fixes and improvements. Bug fixes and improvements, bug fixes and improvements, bug fixes and improvements. Bug fixes and improvements, bug fixes and improvements. What the hell is this? This doesn't scale right. Gah. I should be back soon. Come back soon. We're gonna be playing a video game within an hour, probably. ARG. I made it a window and dragged it around. It's not scaling the ASCII art. Comments to give you more info. Maybe I don't want more info. Maybe I'd rather... Oh, literally all the comments are bug fixes and improvements. Good. Pressing play on the video. I don't want to watch it on stream though. What if it's like... Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, that's... Go watch that video. That's a good video. Yeah, they got floor chicken. Alright, good. Anyway, Smash for the 10 bits! Hope you're better recapping here than you usually are because I fell asleep during stream and I legit don't know what's going on. Well, I don't know what's going on either, and I've never been good at recapping, but I'll try. So, what happened is, well, in case one, courtroom number 4 exploded. And now here we are a few months earlier when Athena Sykes, the newest member of the DK crew, joined the party. She flew in from somewhere and was like, hi, and we are in Ninetales Vale, which is a traditional... That's just in the California mountainside, in the Sierra Nevadas. Ninetales Vale is all about the Ninetales yokai, which is their guardian spirit, who, the legend has it, locked away the evil Tenmataro, which is like this crow man, raven man thing. And they locked him in this secret vault that's sealed with a seal. And there's a neighboring village to Ninetales Vale called Tenmatown, which will never not be funny to me. The mayor of which, the mayor's daughter works for the alderman, I think. She like works in that building. I don't remember what her exact role is. Yeah, Tenmatown. And the mayor wants to merge towns with Ninetales Vale. And then was in a room with the alderman. She's a maid, yeah. And the alderman, as I understand, the alderman's like a mayor-ish kind of. I don't know if it's like a village elder situation or if it's actually like, I don't know. But he's the alderman. A trophy, yeah, go watch the trophy, then come back. Or don't. Thank you. It was a lot of fun. He's with the country less than a day and already be a cop. That's true. About 5 seconds in, just completely grabbed and threw a. Yeah, it was good. Like a man, but alder. Yeah, kind of like a village elder kind of thing. Yeah. Appreciate it. Yeah, so we had Apollo and Trucy were just... Why were they there in the first place? Were they I think they were just there on like a day off kind of thing. And Apollo was like, this is better than scrubbing toilets. Was it just to visit Jinxie? Trucy was like, I have a friend in Ninetales Vale. Let's go hang out. Is the demon head from the Steam? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, they were friends. I didn't remember if there was another reason that they were there. But whatever. While they're there, a murder is committed. And we see that in the cutscene that it's one of the alderman's staff who looks like a JoJo villain. And his name eludes me. It was something kind of French-ish adjacent. And he seems to have impaled... Yeah, Kefka. LaBelle, yeah. So LaBelle seems to have, unless, you know, what we've seen is not what really happened, grabbed a spear and just fucking impaled the alderman, and then opened up the seal where Tenmataro was sealed away. And then at the scene of the crime, there's like bird footprints and stuff. So it looks like Tenmataro escaped from the sealed room and did a murder. And everyone suspects the mayor of Tenmatown because he seems to not like Ninetales Vale or whatever. And so he's our client. He's the one we're trying to prove innocent because he was there at the scene of the crime and has motive, but he was knocked unconscious. On top of that, there's a subplot about this wrestling tournament of some of the neighboring villages, one of whom is this Ninetales like warrior wrestler guy who's super buff. We've not met the prosecutor yet. They alluded to him. Black Quill, right? El Asombroso Nueve Colas. Yeah. So there's this whole wrestling subplot where they're masked wrestlers, and if you lose, you're demasked, and so that's a big, the death of your career. And they found the mask of the Ninetales guy, and then we discovered, and it was a big shock to everybody, that the alderman was actually the super buff. We've already had one super buff jacked old dude in this game. So yeah, so he was the wrestler. He apparently was unmasked at some point. Athena's blood and horror flash. Yeah, Athena has a tragic backstory, but she's fine. Right? And that's not gonna come back later. Black Quill is a murderer. Prisoner is now prosecutor. Right. He's convicted of murder but he's the prosecutor in this case for a reason they said I forgot, and it was stupid. But I think we're about to start the trial, even though we don't really know what's going on. We also met the new detective, whose name was... Somebody help. I don't remember what his name was. Bobby Fulbright, yeah. And he seems dumb of ass, which is good. He knows psychology. Yeah, Bobby Fulbright, who his commitment to justice meant we were like, but what if we get what we want? That's like justice. And he said, okay, here you go. So that's good. In justice, we trust this. Correct. The chief prosecutor said the convicted murderer can do a prosecution as a treat. Yes. Gumshoe on a lot of energy drinks? Kinda, yeah. He's less, like, depressed, beaten down Gumshoe. He forgot his shoes. Yeah, and then also there was Mr. Filch, who just seems to be scampering around and stealing stuff, so he probably stole some evidence that we'll need at some point. It's fine. I'm sure we can just hop into it and pick it up from there. But yeah, basically there's some weird yokai shenanigans going on here in California. Ancient evil has been unleashed and murdered a guy, and we need to prove that it wasn't our guy what did it. And in looking at the scene of the crime, we discovered a tuft of the mask. Or was it a tuft of hair? I think it was from the mask, was in the window, even though the window doesn't seem to be big enough. It doesn't open far enough for a person to get through. There's a vent in the ceiling that they're like, you couldn't get up there, that's too tall. There's also a statue of the two yokai fighting that had blood on it. Bunch of animal details like that. One of the Tanuki statues was behind the door and got smashed when the door opened, and they were like, why would you put that there? Bunch of weird little things about the crime scene. But again, in the cutscene, it showed the JoJo villain stabbing him and opening the door. So it's a little bit of like, either that wasn't the full picture, or, you know, there's more we need to discover. So anyway, let's go back into it. Give me that monstrous turnabout. Day 1 trial, day 1. Day 2, episode 2. Dual Destinies. 1 Destiny. It's case 2, all right. Oh, I should have posted my image of Where's the wait, hold on. I missed my opportunity to where is it? Wait, there it is. Yeah, I could let me put it in the Discord before I forget, because it is case 2. There we go. No idea where we got the idea from that. We just don't know. Anyway. Alright. Get out of here. Get out of here. Okay, it is April 18th. God, it's almost April 20th. 9:15 a.m. Lobby number 3. You okay, Athena? You've been really antsy ever since we got here. I'm just excited. This is my first real court case, after all. Yeah, a real ball of excitement she is. I know just what she needs. Athena! Didn't you ever learn about indoor and outdoor voices? I'm just trying to show you the best way to relieve your pre-trial jitters. By scaring the daylights out of me? No! I find that shouting, "I'm fine," in a loud voice really relieves stress. It's very convincing, too. It's part of my Chords of Steel voice workout and a must before every trial. You want me to shout? Here? That's right. Here. I'll go first, then you try. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine! Alright, I'm Athena Sykes. And I'm fine! I believe it when she says it. I think that actually worked. I thought it might help. Always works for me. An old friend of mine from junior high and I say it all the time. I see. A proven remedy to calm the soul. The soul. I like it. How about we finish off with a race around the courthouse? The point is to relieve stress, not get totally exhausted. What's with all the racket, you two? Oh, I just noticed he kind of has like little bits of lines around his eyes. Makes him look a little bit older. It's subtle. I like it. Look at him. He almost has a thought. Oh, Mr. Wright. No badge. What? What is it? He's 35, he's old. He's just like we for real. Wide neck. He's 500 years old. Just a little voice workout. Hey, what's with the suit? Oh, this? I was thinking about getting my attorney's badge back, that's all. That's all. That's huge news. But why now? I have a feeling I'll be needed in the courtroom again sometime soon. But we can talk about that another time. No fair. Inquiring minds want to know. But wow. I'm so used to him in his usual laid-back clothes. It did. The necklace did remind me of the glass necklace that with the poison that he ate. He cleans up well. That suit makes him look like $1 million. And by the way, have you heard about the prosecutor assigned to this case? Yeah, he's serving time, but before that, he was a prosecutor. He also uses psychology. Am I saying that right? That's right. I've heard the rumors about how he was back before his conviction. Using the power of suggestion, he can make even the most stalwart defendants confess. Judge? Any judges present who can stop that? Psychology in the courtroom, been hearing a lot about that lately. So he must be a pretty scary guy, considering he's a prison inmate and all. So they say. They also say he'll cut you down if you talk too much. I knew he was gonna be bad news. It's probably just hyperbole. At least I hope for your sake. Wait, so is it true or not? Ooh, let's just say you should be concise and choose your words carefully. If you'd like to keep that head of yours attached to the rest of your body, that is. Yikes. Better throw down my cords of steel, too. So, y'all ready? It might be a good idea to check the court record again before stepping into the ring. Right. Yeah, we got the legend scroll. Looks pretty good. Temataro. Ninetales. Favorite episode of Naruto. We have the warding charm. We found a flower. It was her mother's favorite. The paper, right. Someone did take a picture of Temataro flying through the air, which I can only hope was just a smudge on the lens. The crime scene, the Fox Chambers where the murder happened. There's a phone around the corner, which is where Jinxie was. And then she saw Temataro run out from the scene of the crime. Shortly thereafter, the foyer, the caretaker's office, is allegedly where LaBelle and Filch were probably making out at the scene at the time. The Fox and Demon statue, which is a bit of blood on it. The crime photo. Yeah, not sure what the green thing is that was underneath the overturned chair on the far left. That's something. Smoochers. The Ninetales mask has white hair inside, which could only be from the Alderman. There he is, jamming out. They're all so muscular. Jinxie's statement. After leaving the scene and calling the police, they passed each other at a bend in the hall as he made for the foyer. He was carrying a staff-like implement that jingled, right. Which I'm assuming was inside of the sealing chamber, but you know. She couldn't call for help because there was no one else in the hall. And then TV listings, circled. Tenma Pro Wrestling, Howlin' Wolf versus Pretty Boy Vampire. Yeah, Trucy, Jinxie, the Amazing Ninetales. No one knows his true identity. Thank you for the bits. That's Damien Tenma. That's our guy. Rex QB. Definitely no connection to the Amazing Ninetales. I mean, if he actually is the Amazing Ninetales, like, look at them traps. Are those traps? Them neck muscles. He's, like, compressed them down by the suit. If that is him. So I don't know what's going on. Athena, Phineas Filch, Bobby Fulbright, Florent LaBelle, Phoenix. He's 34, he's just like me. Literally how old I am. A brilliant former defense attorney who is supposed to be in retirement. Retiring at 34? Is that... He's got shoulder corsets? Except if it's perfectly in the Fox News. He does. As a Monday. Happy birthday. It might be a good idea to check the court record. Yeah, I'm good. Right, Mr. Wright. I'm fine. I'll be watching from the gallery. Good luck. I wish I could retire at 34. I wish I could retire at 65. I wish I could retire. Thanks. Okay, let's do this. The odds of pulling this off are ridiculously low, but that's nothing new. Believe in our client, seek the truth. That's all we can do. Hang in there, Mayor Tenma. Here comes justice. Ba-ba-bum-bum-bum-bum. Ba-da-bum-bum. Bam. Bam. Gumshoe's the worst thing about this AA? Don't say that. Employers hate this one trick. 9:30 a.m. courtroom number 4. Wong. Court is now in session. All rise. Monster Hunter rise. Court is now in session for the trial of Damien Tugboat. Apollo Justice, defense team leader, is ready, Your Honor. He looks so good in 3D, though. I know that big booming voice anywhere, as chipper as ever, eh, Justice? But who's the young lady next to you? I'm Athena Sykes, Mr. Justice's junior partner, fresh out of law school. Well now, full of beans too, eh? Excellent! Makes an old man feel young again. So full of beans. Now for the prosecution. It appears the prosecution's not ready yet. Never fear, for I shall explain. It's just a minor procedural complication, Your Honor. The prosecutor for this case is being escorted from prison as we speak. Judge eating beans. He's all full of beans. Prison? Yes, of course. I almost forgot that he is currently serving time. Beans! Uh-oh.
Yup, Prosecutor Blackwell's an inmate.
Yup. Oh, he's Tumblr bait, isn't he?
But even a convicted murderer still got a job to do and duties to perform.
Oh, wow. Can you compel an inmate to do a job outside of, I guess, you know? Sir? Sir? Oh my god.
Nice.
Thank you for the best. Who's that with his back to us over there? I'm really enjoying the sweat animation. So many frames of goop. My god. That's him. I'm sure of it. Prosecutor Blackquill. Ahem. Is the prosecution ready? Bro. Bro. Enough jabbering. Get on with it already. Oh, of course, forgive me. Why are all the people related to this case so scary? Very well, Prosecutor Blackquill. Your opening statement, if you please. What's the matter? Must we continue to fritter away time like this? It is all right there in the indictment. An opening statement would be pointless. Oh, he's good. Pointless? Well? Looks like the cat, or in this case, the prosecutor, has the judge's tongue. Thank you, Apollo. So eloquent with your metaphors. But we need an opening statement as an overview of the case at hand. Well then, your baldness, if it's so very important. Why don't you do the honors? Oh, me? There's a term for people who whine and fuss about when they need silly, useless things, and then decide they no longer want them once it's theirs. A selfish old fool. Can I get the stenographer to read that back? A term for people who whine and fuss. Selfish old fool. That's not as cool as you think it is. Huh? Wait, was that the prosecution's opening statement? Old dotard such as you are a plague upon the young. I pity your poor grandchildren. Or is it great-grandchildren? It's cooler in Japanese. Let's get started, prosecutor. Oh, Judge, aren't we ever going to just get started? What an idiot. Yeah, that's not none of the all of these years. I thought the opening statement was the prosecutor's job. But I suppose I could give it a try. Might be a nice change of pace. He's just insulting you repeatedly to your face. He's like, ooh, goody. What? He actually fell for that? That must have been the power of suggestion Mr. Wright was talking about. That's not anything. Ahem. The opening statement, huh? Let's see here. Victim was one Rex Cuby, alderman of Ninetails Vale. And the defendant, Damien Tenma, mayor of Tenma Town, is accused of his murder. And why, pray tell, was the mayor arrested? His prints were on the murder weapon. Plus, he had a motive, the elimination of the biggest roadblock to the municipal merger. The caretaker and the secretary, other potential suspects, both have alibis. Pretty convenient that their alibis are each other, though, but you know, what do I know? And his daughter, who was also in the vicinity at the time of the incident, has no motive. So in a nutshell, I have to say the charges against the defendants are incontrovertible. A convertible? Bravo, your baldness. Your years of experience shine bright like your head. Ho ho ho! Flattery will get you everywhere. The most true thing the judge has ever said in any of these games. He's playing Simon Says with the judge. Moving right along now, let's hear from our first witness for today, Detective Fulbright. How come this murder man is the lawyer and yet Phoenix gets disbarred? Well, Phoenix fabricated evidence. Which is a worse crime than murder. Witness, please state your name and occupation. I am the detective assigned to this case, Bobby Fulbright. Oh, and also I'll be keeping tabs on old Blackwell here. I also heard you would provide protection if it ever came to that. Bobby Goatbright. It would seem that I have been sorely underestimated. Wait, who's protecting who from what? Still, I truly believe anyone can turn their life around, even old Blackwell here. Fulbright. Save your platitudes for funerals. Get on with your statement. Fulbright is... in text that works really well, but out loud, it's like, wait, did he say... Fulbright? Haha, that's the spirit. Justice must be swift and true. I see it in your eyes. There is hope for your rehabilitation and return to society. I will never give up on you. Prosecutor Blackwell doesn't seem to intimidate Detective Fulbright. Well, you know what they say, ignorance is bliss. Oh, so that's why Detective Fulbright was assigned to Blackwell. He's so oblivious. Now let's have your first statement, Detective Fulbright. You got it, but first, I'd like to say to the defense that justice will ultimately prevail. Yeah. Judge when insulted by Phoenix, even indirectly, death. Your Honor, League of Legends, death. About the honor, about the murder. Alderman Cuby was murdered with a spear that had been on the wall. I know how to read sometimes. The fingerprints of the defendant, Damien Tenma, were found on the murder weapon. At the time, Alderman Cuby was asleep from a drug he unwittingly ingested. I multiple times tried to inspect that mug on the ground, and it wouldn't let me, so, yeah, right. Mayor Tenma attacked this helpless victim, impaling him like a human shish kebab. But the sudden pain jolted the victim awake, and he grabbed the statue and struck back. Alderman Cuby had been slipped some kind of sleep-inducing drug? That's right. He had his melatonin gummies. The accused was scared because the alderman was a former pro wrestler. So he slipped him a drug to make sure he'd be out cold and defenseless. Here's the autopsy report to prove it. Autopsy report. Time of death around 3:20 p.m. The victim had been in a drug-induced slumber, stabbed with a spear. Fulbright got that Moai head energy a little bit. He got a little bit of the old... And the victim managed to attack his attacker despite being impaled by a spear. It sounds almost superhuman. Is it even possible? Well, he was a former pro wrestler after all. That spear was probably nothing more than a mosquito bite to him. That's not how wrestling works.
Objection!
Thank you. Not so fast. Don't try to brush it all off by saying the alderman had been a pro wrestler. Apollo bringing logic into the courtroom. This is not going to go well. Do you really expect us to believe he could fight back after being skewered by a spear? Never heard of the incredible feats of which man is capable of in a pinch, have you? Like the samurai of yore, wrestlers can battle through intense pain. It sharpens their senses. I used to talk about it with a former wrestler I met in the clink. I don't know. It still sounds a little far-fetched. Does it now? Then perhaps we should test the theory on you with the edge of my blade. Your Honor? He's threatening me with violence, Your Honor. Please help. The DLC outfits. I saw that you can change their outfits. Guards, kill him on sight. Is he a weeb? Are you asking me if this guy is a weeb? He's what's the phrase for the oh my god, I don't remember. It's like a thing that there's a word for it in Japanese for like a young child who grows older but still has like childish fantasies and stuff. Chunibuyo. Yeah, that's what he is, right? If I understand that term correctly, which he is not cool. Keikaku. It always comes back to Keikaku. No, he's a samurai. Okay. I didn't sign up for this. Whoa. Whoever did the 3D modeling and rigging for this game, I hope they got a bunch of rewards because being able to capture all of is every single bone in every character's face just like is every vertex able to be manipulated, because they are able to really push these faces around. Also, shoutouts to the outline shader. Like, you get that line on his mouth to like make it a straight line. Anyway, I'm very impressed by the 3D. And so your life is spared for now. Please let those shackles be made of titanium. I don't want to die. Ha ha! My investigations are as thorough as they are foolproof, or my name isn't Fulbright. I vow you to resign immediately if I ever make a false arrest. The accused prints were on the weapon, and he's the one person without an alibi. Quite decisive evidence, wouldn't you agree, your baldness? I am bald. The defendant is sounding guiltier by the minute. Don't say Skibbity Apollo. He looks like a Gmod. Ugh. Someone get Apollo some water. He's gonna dry out. He's so dry. Guilty. He has the judge leaning toward a guilty verdict, and the trial's just barely begun. What's more, a curious rumor about the accused is making the rounds. They say he seeks the merger for the purpose of freeing Tenmataro from his imprisonment. This art is very good. Truth be told, I can think of no real reason to show interest in that backwards burg. Perhaps he's a complete nutter and really does seek to release an imaginary demon. Either way, he is raving mad and more than capable of murdering the alderman. Take it from me, the murderer. That mayor's a strange one, all right. I heard he went to a blood drive, but instead of donating, tried to make a withdrawal. Order! Who's practicing their stand-up in my court? There will be no gossiping in my court. Your baldness, please take a gander at those charms plastered across his cranium. I hear they're meant to keep him safe from possession by the demon Tenmataro. Then again... More peanut... Yeah, never. I am expecting to see like a peanuts, Cracker Jacks. Just walking through in there. Perhaps he's already under the demon's spell. Behold, the lunatic appears poised to lunge at you at any moment. Eep!
Hold it!
The rumors and quirks of Mayor Tenma have no relevance to this case. Besides, those charms on his head, they're just a fashion statement, I think. Come to think of it, such things don't seem relevant to the case, do they? The prosecution will refrain from dragging our client's reputation through the mud. Oh, what a dreadfully fearsome lass we have here. Phew, thanks for that lifeline, Athena. Careful, Apollo, he has the judge dancing in the palm of his hand. The power of suggestion is one of the more powerful tools in Simon Blackwell's arsenal. He's trying to manipulate everyone's impressions to suit his objectives. This guy really is bad news. In any case, it seems the victim did manage to defend himself despite being impaled. What sort of weapon did he use against his attacker? None other than this statue right here. It appears to be a statue of two strange creatures locked in battle. Two yokai, to be exact. On one side is the nine-tailed fox and the other Tenmataro. Quite interesting if you think about it. It's as though this very case were rendered in art. Fox and demon statue. No prints could be lifted.
Nice.
None prints? Thank you for the bits. None prints on there. When there's prints on the... Oh no, but they would have been the alderman's fingerprints, if anyone. Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yeah, but the spear had prints, but the spear would have had Tenma's prints. But his prints wouldn't be on the murder, on the bonking weapon, not the murder weapon. About the moited. If these DLC outfits feel like they're objectifying, I am not surprised if that's the case. Alderman QB was murdered with a spear that had been on the wall. Hold it! Hold it. Sound a little bit like Pit there. So those weapons on the wall of the Fox Chamber, I presume those are real? Don't you think keeping real weapons around like that is rather dangerous? No matter what he collected, the Alderman insisted it be the real deal. For instance, he had a real demon's club in his possession. Apparently, one of his ancestors claimed it after defeating a demon in battle. Was that also in California? The ancient demon battle of, like, Barstow, California. What? That's gotta be an old wives' tale. Ha ha! The Alderman had pure, unadulterated justice flowing in his veins. Whatever he did it right. We've lost a real champion of justice in his death. Wow. Well, these are good poses. What is his hair? From this angle, it's just like a cape going behind him. Nothing good ever happens. Nothing but claptrap and balderdash, if you ask me. Now stop your bleeding and tell us about the weapon. Your wish is my command. These dudes got helmet hair like nothing else. The fingerprints of Damien Tenma were found on the murder weapon. Hold it! Yeah, the Borderland. It don't make sense if you think about it. Bold strategy. Prints could be easily wiped off. You do have a point there. I'd venture to say he did not wipe off the prints because he could not. What do you mean? Looks like he wants you to figure it out. Wait, huh? No, he couldn't have. Okay. Prove it. You prove it. And the judge like, yeah, you prove it. It's his point. Why do I have to prove it? I'm totally lost. So why don't you just tell me the answer already? I don't think he saw that plea for help. You feeling all right, kid? Running a fever, perhaps? I wish trials came with a reset button. Well, the specifics may yet come to light. Please proceed, Detective Fulbright. Your Honor, I have this in a reverse card. Nuh-uh. At the time, Alderman QB was asleep from a drug he unwittingly ingested. Hold it! Come to think of it, a coffee cup was found on the floor. Was the sedative in his coffee? Bingo! We found traces of a sleeping agent all over the inside of the cup. And that is why he was out cold. That is until he leapt to his feet upon being impaled by the mayor. What an awful way to wake up. A rather stimulating eye-opener, if you ask me. I too would have risen to the attack, for to die in battle is the samurai way. Paradise awaits fallen heroes, but that hole in his stomach would make eating a challenge. Oh. Prosecutor Blackwell, please! Those morbid jokes of yours have no place in this court. Says the jester in detective's guise. Moving right along. Mayor Tenma attacked his helpless victim, impaling him like a human shish kebab. Hold it! What does Goth Edgeworth have in his mouth? He's got a feather. Perhaps a quill. So the Alderman was drugged because he was really strong. Did you see those rock-hard muscles of his? I'm surprised the spear even managed to pierce that armor-like musculature. I admit, I'm completely jealous of that righteous body of his, haha. Well, he did look pretty buff, even in that suit he had on. Quite a difference when compared with a yellow belly like you. Yellow belly? Who even says that anymore? Yeah, and the color's all wrong too. I know, how about a squishy red tomato? I move to strike both of your comments from the record. Mr. Justice's character is not the issue here. Now let's get back to what happened after the far more muscular Alderman was impaled. He's so buff compared to Apollo. Well, your average person would likely have died on the spot. But the sudden pain jolted him awake and he grabbed the statue and struck back. Hold it! Could he really have attacked his attacker after being impaled with that huge spear? Absolutely. After all, he was once a pro wrestler. The injustice of being drugged and then speared was answered with a righteous counterattack. But does being a former pro wrestler make him superhuman? Absolutely. After all, he was one of the good guys, like a superhero on the side of justice. Even though he was retired, he could still don his superhero guise in times of need.
Objection!
You need to lay off the comic books, detective. We're talking about real life here. Setting aside the half-wits flights of fancy, and the fact is this. The court-ordered post-mortem concluded the victim moved after his skewering. He found the strength somehow to attack his attacker, huh? Detective Fulbright's testimony sounds airtight. No wonder he's so confident. He only thinks it's airtight. It's up to us to poke some holes in it. Like with a spear. The part that about the alderman fighting back sounds like a big hole waiting to be poked. Yeah, how do they know that? It jolted him awake. How do you know? How do you know? How do you know that? What's the problem with that? Other than just like, it's weird. If he jolted up, why, I mean, I don't know. I was like, why would the spear still be in him? But I believe the idea is if you're poked by something, you don't just pull it out. You just, time of death, 320. Stabbed with a spear. He was murdered by the spear. Does this work? Like, what do you mean he struck back? He was killed by the spear? Is he facing the wrong direction? I don't think so. I mean, it's weird he's on the table as opposed to in the chair. Yeah. Problem is there's a dead guy. I'm just gonna save because I'm a coward and I'm usually wrong about stuff. Where'd he go? Where's Maya? Why don't you sleep on your table? You wanted to. I'm gonna try this. The autopsy report.
Objection!
That statement contradicts the evidence. I object to you on personal grounds. You can do that? The sole contradiction lies in what your faulty logic dreamt up just now. Right. Table. You wanted to. Objection overruled. The defense will think twice before making such erroneous statements. No! It seems that statement didn't particularly conflict with the evidence. The spear had a packet of ketchup in his pocket. Did anyone test it? Alright, what about the photograph?
Objection!
This evidence is as odd with this testimony. Your baldness? Who, me? What do you make of this objection of his? Oh, I don't know if I should, well... I've no patience for vagaries. Now answer my question. Yes, sir. The defense's objection was clearly misguided. Yeah, I did save, though. Nicely done. Ho, ho, ho. He had himself a penalty. Right. What am I missing? The consult button is flashing. Hold on. Where is there, like, a obvious contradiction with him getting up and fighting? There's no one in the hall. You hear anything? Athena's vibrating in the corner, just like chat. Just like, God, it makes me feel ready. My badge! Mayor's blood was found out, but no prince. Wait. No, the mayor is Tenma. Never mind. I was like, hold on. Alderman's blood. No, it says mayor. Mayor means mayor. I thought it was like, wait, that's all wrong. I don't know. I'm weirdly stumped already by the first question. Flex versus the fire. You know what? Fuck it. There has to be a contradiction here somewhere. Too bad I'm drawing a blank. There was a statement that I thought was a little strange, but I wouldn't bet my life on it. And which statement would that be? Since I'm the one betting my life on it? Hee hee. Okay, if you must know, I'll show you the one I'm thinking of. Time to swallow my pride and let her lend a hand. There must be an inconsistency in the testimony Athena's pointing out. Is she pointing? Is it this? Is it that one? What is she pointing? Does it just change it to the one that she present as flashing? Oh, okay. Yeah, so okay, I knew it was this one. Does it give a more explicit hint of like, this is the... No, it still doesn't. Is it the grab the statue one? Weapon used to bludgeon the mayor. The mayor's blow was found, but no prints could be lifted. He grabbed the statue and struck back. Is it the lack of fingerprints? What if I'm overthinking it? I'm gonna load my save because I've already blown up twice. Did you give her a hint coin? Yeah, I was like, here you go. It's just the chocolate wrapped in foil. Prance!
Objection!
Because they brought up in court the lack of fingerprints being weird, and he's like, there's a reason. And then they moved on. And that made me think that that wasn't relevant now. And like that exchange put it out of my brain, but okay. Did the alderman really strike the mayor? What? Are you questioning my sense of justice? Your so-called justice needs to find itself a pair of legs to stand on. Paul's really not good at the whole speaking thing. You claim the alderman struck back after the mayor put a spear through him, but the statue he supposedly used to defend himself creates a major hole in your theory. It would appear the defense has a counter-argument. Very well, let's hear what the defense thinks is odd about the detective's statue theory. Here we fought unarmed. There's no fingerprints. It ain't broken. Ain't no fingerprints. He's good speaking loud, not well. Well, fortunately, that tends to work in our favor with the judge. There are no fingerprints on this supposedly crucial piece of evidence. And if you look at the crime scene photo, you'll notice the alderman isn't wearing gloves. I believe he's quite gloveless indeed. If he touched the statue with his bare hands, he should have left some fingerprints. Detective Fulbright, you did take that into account during your investigation, didn't you? Didn't you? This can't be happening. Did I arrest the wrong man? He's not a bear. You did it, Apollo. You knocked Detective Fulbright off his high horse. Well, it's just 1 point in our favor. Who do you suppose clubbed the mayor if it wasn't the alderman? Well, if it wasn't the alderman, that means someone else must have clubbed the mayor. You mean there was a third party there in the Fox chamber? Exactly. And this could be the big break we've been looking for. There does seem to be a hole in the prosecution's argument. Prosecutor Blackwell, would you care to respond to the defense's assertion? The least he could do is look at me while being dismissive. Your mind is as dull as the unhoned blade, Justice Dono. Justice Dono? He's been watching too many anime. It will take far more than that to cut down Simon Blackwell. A whelp such as you has no hope against my superior swordsmanship. This is a trial, not a sword fight, Prosecutor Blackwell. There's a perfectly good explanation for the lack of prints on the statue. You might recall that blood-stained cloth found at the scene of the crime. It just so happens the blood was the mayor's. So, what are you getting at? Hone your mind, boy. Why was there blood on that cloth? Solve that riddle, you shall see that the hole you thought you found is but an illusion. Let's see. How was that cloth used? Was it used by QB as a head covering, to wipe up blood, to wrap the statue? Probably as a head covering, I would think. The alderman was probably wearing it over his head. Wait. What do you mean, wait? Do you truly think the alderman would show up to a meeting over the fate of his village, wearing this ridiculous-looking cloth over his head? Yeah, why not? I'm allowed to pick wrong answers as a joke. There was no flashing thing in the corner. Sure, they had a festival that day, didn't they? Who's to say he didn't party a little too hard and just forget to take it off? Where's a good word? Mm-hmm. Okay, fine. So maybe he didn't do that. Can I try one more time? Now let's see. How was it used? To wipe up blood. Maybe the cloth was used to wipe as much of the mayor's blood as possible off the statue. And in the process, the culprit inadvertently erased the alderman's fingerprints as well.
Objection!
But the mayor did not bother to wipe away his own fingerprints on the murder weapon. Why would he wipe down one weapon but not the other? Careful now. Use what little brains you have left before you speak. Give me a do-over, please. Let's see. You wrapped on a statue. No, Panzer can't get it all wrong, pretty much. Maybe the alderman wrapped the statue in the cloth. In short, he wasn't touching the statue directly when he used it to strike back at the mayor. There! Precisely. Bully for you, boy. Bully! Just bully. No, it was nothing. Apollo, don't let him start manipulating you too. You just closed the hole for the prosecution. I did? Yeah, I did. Right. That a statue wrapped in cloth would leave no fingerprints is as plain as day. But this also proves there are holes in our theory of the alderman striking back. Oops. There! Fox and demon statue. Now do you see how dull your mind is? I'll make sure to sharpen it next time. A particularly frightening inmate once told me that. He always tenderly honed his blades before he went to work, like the samurai of yore. Samurai? Sounds more like a homicidal maniac to me. Actually, he was working in the prison kitchen at the time. With him, it was a murdering samurai prison chef. Murdering samurai prison chef. It would seem the victim and his killer were the only ones there after all. I was kinda attached to that hole. Apollo? Now what? Apollo! I just thought of something. If they didn't find anyone's fingerprints on the statue, who's to say someone other than the alderman didn't hit the mayor with it? Why didn't I think of that? Anybody could have not left prints on it. Then who, pray tell, struck the mayor with the statue? Please illuminate us with your wisdom, young lady. Can we check the cloth for fingerprints? There's only one answer. The real killer. Prove the existence of this real killer, then. What evidence have you? Oh, I'll give you evidence, all right. You get him. Athena, you sure about this? To borrow your words, Apollo, I'm fine. Take a look at this. Black feathers and tracks allegedly from a yokai were found at the scene. I believe they're from the third party who struck the mayor with that statue. Is the defense actually suggesting some sort of monster killed that alderman? That's exactly what I'm suggesting.
Objection!
No, Athena, you just lost what little credibility we had left. Ah! Sorry. Guess I got carried away. Mr. Justice, we've no time to deal with objections between members of the defense. Why are her faces so good? Sorry, Your Honor, just this kid still. Well, a kid. How old is Apollo? She's like 18, right? Apollo's like a year older than her or something. He's 23. 23-year-olds looking at 18-year-olds like, the folly of youth. This kid's still a kid. You meanie I'm reporting this to Mr. Wright. So is this court to believe the feathers and tracks are from a yokai, as you put it? No. I mean, I do. I mean, yeah, most people do grow a lot between 18 and 23. Your Honor, I believe they are a fabrication. The real killer wants us to believe some sort of monster murdered the alderman. Interesting. And why do you suppose the killer would do that? Why indeed? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there's no jury. Mr. Justice, you seem as new to this as your partner. Ouch. This I'm not reporting to Mr. Wright. He's in the gallery. He's got his Go Apollo sign and he's just slowly lowering it down. Oi, fool Bright, explain to his baldness what these brats are missing. You know, the who and why behind those feathers and tracks. What? You mean you can explain all that? Ha ha ha, our investigative prowess is without equal. I'm starting to think I chose the wrong profession. Chose the wrong day to stop sniffing glue. Very well. Let's hear about these so-called yokai feathers and tracks. Yeah, he has the sign that says "Go Apollo" and slowly turns it around to localize Mother 3. That'd be good. Feathers and tracks. This entire case centers on one man's attempt to crush opposition to the municipal merger. Mayor Tenma panicked when the amazing Ninetales helped embolden the protesters. So he stoked the village's fears by fabricating a monster. The strange feathers and tracks he planted made it look like a yokai was the killer. Those feathers and tracks stoked the villagers' fears. Okay, by their logic, the sequence of events was that the mayor poisoned the alderman with a sleeping agent. He was asleep. He went hee, grabbed a spear, stabbed him with a spear. Alderman wakes up, goes, ah! Grabs a statue, and either it's already wrapped up with a cloth or he wraps up with a cloth, bonks him over the head. The mayor collapses, and then the alderman dies from his wounds, and then the mayor gets up and plants a bunch of bird evidence, and then collapses again in the chair. And the mayor also puts on a suit. To me, it's specifically the fact that his blood is on the statue. He didn't wipe the prints, but specifically that he stabs him, gets bonked in the head, alderman dies, and he goes, I'm going to put feathers and bird feet all over the place while actively bleeding from his head. Like, oh, sure, what a great plan. Those feathers and tracks stoked the villagers' fears. You have proof he didn't? No, I don't. Absolutely, he knew exactly how to prey on their superstitious minds. Those feathers only gave weight to the idea the alderman was slain by a demon. The accursed demon Tenma Taro, that is. Tenma who? Tenma Taro, the legendary demon locked away in the village's forbidden chamber. Yo! From a young age, the villagers are taught to fear the great black-feathered demon. And thus were they blinded to other, more plausible explanations.
Hold it!
Hold on for a second. Before we start letting our imaginations run wild, isn't there someone else that could be considered a suspect? Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. All the, talk of yokai and this kind of music just makes me want to play Monster Hunter Rise. Because of the yokai theme and, traditional Japanese music in there. On the day of the incident, there was a special event held at QB Manor. And as part of this event, there was someone dressed in the likeness of Tenma Taro. Obviously, this person is a much more likely suspect than any legendary demon.
Objection!
Or Okami. Hunt Aurora Somnicant. Yeah. Okami, good. Dullard, you're playing right into the killer's mind games. Right? Listen here. The feathers and tracks were merely red herrings. The villagers believe the murder to be the work of the real Tenma Taro. However, the police believe the person in the Tenma Taro suit is the killer. The defendant sought to sow this confusion in order to deflect blame away from himself. However, he was knocked unconscious by the alderman. And thus our mentally deficient mayor was caught red-handed at the scene of the crime.
Objection!
Do you honestly believe Mayor Tenma would do something so stupid?
Objection!
Why'd he do that? Is he stupid or something? Yes. The evidence speaks for itself. Fulbright. Right, it was the mayor's last-ditch effort to stop the opposition before things got crazy. The amazing Ninetales was fueling both the yokai craze and the anti-merger movement. Plus, he's one of the better-known masked wrestlers and the hometown favorite. That's why the mayor panicked and set out on the path of injustice. Do the people of Ninetalesville really believe a yokai is behind the crime? Yokai sightings are an everyday event there, so I wouldn't be surprised if they did. I must say, a crime that preys upon innocent, impressionable minds. Just so. A particularly silver-tongued inmate once had the following words for me. The innocent of heart are the easiest prey. You don't say. Was this inmate a con artist? No. He was framed for the murder of his beloved. I actually felt sorry for the poor chap. Wait, so he wasn't the predator, but rather the prey? Yes, well. Now then, the defense may proceed with their cross-examination. Too bad I killed him in prison. Feathers and tracks. This entire case centers on one man's attempt to crush opposition to the merger.
Hold it!
Shawshank Redemption. You get busy objecting, or get busy overruling. Detective Fulbright, is the anti-merger movement really that strong? Absolutely. They parade around in yokai costumes shouting down with Mayor Tenma. And just the other day, they stormed Tenma City Hall claiming it was a den of vipers. But when the accused showed his face, the angry mob scattered like leaves upon an autumn wind. For you see, lowly yokai are no match for Tenma Taro, the dark lord of their kind. Wait, are the villagers scared of Mayor Tenma or Tenma Taro? I'm confused. I think he means Mayor Tenma. It's easy to get the wrong impression about the guy. Detective Fulbright, why do you suppose the defendant would commit such an act? Hey, Metasar, thanks for the raid. Hello, hello. Shawshark Redemption. Like street sharks. In the plot of Shawshank Redemption. Going through the poop chute. That sounds fun. Mayor Tenma panicked when the Ninetales helped embolden the protesters. The amazing Ninetales, no one knows his true identity, right? That's right. And he was a lone wolf. Or in other words, he didn't belong to a wrestling federation. He appeared like a shooting star, defeating one Tenma Town wrestler after another. And before anyone knew it, he was champion. Like the samurai of yore, surrounded thick with enemies, he cut them down one by one. It was a complete and utter loss of face for Tenma Town Pro Wrestling. He was amazing! If ever there was a real superhero, it would be him. I dream of becoming a true champion of justice like him someday. I bet Detective Fulbright would be a great pro wrestler. He could even team with Prosecutor Blackwell. A police detective and a prisoner in chains. You know, I think people would actually pay to see that. I know I would. Ah, so you do understand the greatness that is the amazing Ninetales. So he stoked the villagers' fears by fabricating a monster. Hold it! I ship it. Did the murder and yokai evidence really stoke the villagers' fears? Absolutely, an immediate effect. The presumed return of the dreaded Tenma Taro has them shaking in their boots. Oh my, is it really that bad? That superstitious lot is as if Jack the Ripper had been set loose in their village. The mere thought of that demon lurking about is enough to spark a mass exodus. I see. That's a very persuasive argument. The mere thought of his honor buying into Simon the Psycho Slasher's words makes me want to spark my own exodus out of the courtroom right about now. So you see, there could be only one reason why anyone would plant those feathers and tracks. Bring us an actual villager. No, hearsay's fine. The strange feathers and tracks he planted make it look like a yokai is the killer. Hold it! But it doesn't add up. If what you say is true, why top it off with murder? What do you mean? You claim that our client planted the yokai evidence to stoke the villagers' fears. If so, why not stop there? Why murder Alderman Cubey? Excellent point. It is, isn't it? So, Your Honor agrees that there was no reason for the murder, correct? Objection! Perhaps the killing was on the spur of the moment. He's the only person on trial because you said he has motive. There were other people around, but you're like, they have alibis or no motive. And now you're like, yeah, but maybe he just kind of, spur of the moment. It wasn't premeditated, but I guess he still had motivation, so fine. Yeah. It wasn't premeditated? From the outset, I had no intention of paying heed to any of your babble. However, the fact is, the mayor made a startling discovery. A startling discovery. Well, I like the sound of that. Alderman Cubey's secret identity. Apollo. What? I think Prosecutor Blackwell has figured out the Alderman's secret identity. What makes you say that? But even if he has, why would it be a motive for the mayor to commit murder? He just thought it'd be fun. This is not good. This patch of fur was discovered at the crime scene. It's from the mask worn by the amazing Ninetales. Therefore, we can conclude that this mask was at the crime scene. Oh my, why would it have been there? The victim was a former pro wrestler and a member of the anti-merger movement. Need I say more? could it really be? Your baldness has had an epiphany, I see. Our victim, Rex QB, was the amazing Ninetales. What? And the mayor's discovery of this fact was his motive for murder. No! Chat, is this real? Order, order! Chat, is this real? What a shocking development! A motive clearer than crystal clear. What do we do now, Apollo? I didn't think they'd tie the Alderman's secret identity to the mayor's motive for murder. At last, we've reached my real point. Why did the Alderman have to forge a secret identity? Does it not pique your interest, your baldness? I admit it does. It is odd that he had to create this other persona. Just to secretly participate in the anti-merger movement. Very astute of you, your baldness. Right, now take a look at this. Blackmail letter. If you value your dearest's life, you will merge Ninetales Vale with Tenma Town. Do not tell anyone about this threat. If you do, consider your dearest as good as dead. Isn't this the... Okay, I see. This is the blackmail letter that Tenma was given about his daughter, and it was taken from him on the day of the murder from his briefcase, and now they're using it to claim that this was the from the Alderman. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty smart. This blackmail letter was found in Alderman QB's pocket. What? At present, the Alderman's wife is in the hospital, and that letter is clear evidence the mayor was blackmailing him by threatening her life. Wait, didn't the blackmail letter sent to Mayor Tenma go missing right after the Alderman's murder? You think maybe the killer took the letter from the mayor after the murder and planted it into the Alderman's pocket? It's possible, but we don't have any proof that that's what happened. Talk about being up the creek without a paddle. Blackmail letter, court record. Mayor Tenma would have made a clean getaway if he just left after planting the yokai things, but he was knocked out cold by his sudden decision to kill the amazing Ninetales. So it was the amazing Ninetales counterattack that brought the entire crime to light. Wait a sec. Fulbright's claiming that the mayor killed the Alderman after planting the yokai evidence, and that the mayor was knocked out cold immediately after that? Detective Fulbright, please add your previous statement to your testimony. Mayor Tenma killed the sleeping Alderman after planting the feathers and tracks. Hold it! So let me get this straight. You believe the mayor planted the yokai evidence before the murder, not after? Absolutely. And then he was knocked out cold by the Alderman's last punch. He wouldn't have had a chance to plant the evidence after that. Something's not right here. Hard to believe that a stiff, humorless man like the mayor could be behind such a stunt. Yeah, we have to do something, Apollo, before they pin it all on the mayor. Then we're gonna need to prove that Mayor Tenma didn't plant that yokai stuff. How are we supposed to do that? I don't know. Random bullshit go? He killed a sleeping Alderman after planting the feathers and tracks. Yeah, about that. Yeah, about that. So what's the, So that's now on there. A Meowth voice? Gee whiz! I don't really know. I can't do a good Meowth. Get a load of this! This statue has traces of blood from the defendant Damien Tenma on it. Was apparently wrapped in a large cloth, which the defendant's was found. No fingerprints lifted from the cloth. So their whole point, their justification for the statue not having fingerprints is that it was wrapped in a cloth. But then the cloth itself doesn't have fingerprints. Come on! Yep. He killed the sleeping Alderman after planting the feathers and tracks. But the blood. But the blood, did they confirm that that's the Alderman's blood? How could he plant tracks in someone's blood who wasn't bleeding? If that's not it, then I have no idea what it is. I'm gonna throw out the photo. I guess I'll save first. Yeah. Because the killer did it. What? Photo. Go.
Objection!
Detective Fulbright, your sense of justice is anything but fair. What's this? You dare question my justice again? Yep. And I'm gonna prove it to you. Take a look at this photo. This is the crime scene photo. And what does this prove? It proves when the feathers and tracks were planted. I already told you they were planted before the murder. The defendant planted the yokai evidence and was knocked out while killing his victim. Nuh-uh. But that would be impossible. If you look right now, it's clear when the feathers and tracks were left at the scene. Right about... there!
Take that!
You take it! Aren't you just pointing to the yokai feathers and tracks, Mr. Justice? Yep. See how the feathers are on top of the blood, and the tracks were made in blood? In other words, the yokai evidence could have only resulted after the murder. The mayor must have planted the evidence after killing the alderman. But you said it yourself, the mayor had been knocked unconscious thereafter. There would have been no time for him to plant any evidence at all. Therefore, ergo, there must have been someone else besides the mayor and the alderman at the crime scene. There must be some mistake. Oh, damn, whoa. We actually saw him bang his gavel. That was strangely upsetting. Where's your evidence? You can't possibly have any, can you? He can move? Haha. Evidence? Oh, I have evidence. In fact, I have an eyewitness's testimony for you. You do? Well, was my vaunted sense of justice really just half-baked? It seems your beans were half-baked, Fulbright. Which case? This case number 2. Monstrous turnabout? He's just a little... It's really good face, too. He's taking this really hard. Mr. Justice, what is this testimony regarding a third party that you claim to have? I have it right now, Your Honor. It's the sworn testimony of Mr. Tenma's daughter. The witness, Jinxie Tenma, saw a yokai in the hallway after stumbling upon the scene. It was the demon Tenma Taro. He's the source of those feathers and tracks. Why did he say that? He was already chastising Athena for saying that. Will somebody please say something? The defense will explain to the court exactly what he means. You dare mock this court and justice itself? You're unfit to bear your name, boy. Your Wildness, it appears our defense attorney here is delirious from exhaustion. He has been sweating a lot.
Hold it!
Apollo! Think of something quick before you're held in contempt of court. What do you think I'm trying to do? Before you decide whether I should step down, please hear me out. Very well, Mr. Justice, I'm all ears, but you'd better explain yourself well. What was this yokai you were talking about? It's on this statement, meow. Jinxie Tenma asserts that she saw Tenma Taro. After she discovered the crime scene and called the police, she came around a corner in the hall. It was around here. Wow! That she saw Tenma Taro fleeing toward the foyer. The defense asserts that whoever was impersonating this monster is the one who left those feathers and tracks behind, intentionally or otherwise. How incredibly unjust! Why haven't I heard about this before? The defense just proved there was someone else. Mayor isn't the killer. Was it all a setup? The prosecutor is a convicted felon after all. Apollo! The momentum has shifted in our favor. Good. Let's keep it that way.
Objection!
Little do you realize that though you are in the midst of a fray, your sword is broken. My sword? I didn't know I had one to break. Are you implying there's a problem with my claim? Consider this. If that yokai impersonator had indeed fled toward the foyer, that fool and that fop would have seen him. Fool and fop? Oh, you mean Filch and LaBelle. Now that you mention it, both Phineas Filch and Florent LaBelle were in the foyer at the time. But they haven't stated that they saw a yokai, have they? Did you ever consider that yokai was but a figment of a scared little girl's imagination? Yeah, or why didn't those two see the Tenmataro impersonator pass by? Why didn't we ask them ourselves? I was just about to say that myself. No, really, I was. The defense would like to call Mr. Phineas Filch, caretaker of QB Manor, to the stand. I just know he must have seen something. Suppose we can't ignore the fact that the little girl believes she saw a monster. I trust you have no objections to Mr. Justice's request, Prosecutor Blackwater. I understand that Mr. Filch is enjoying a nap out in the lobby. I knew that Tanuki was a rare find. Tanuki-da! But when we captured him, I didn't think he'd end up a witness. Do with him as you will. Did he just say captured? Oh, wait. I don't want to know. Tanuki-da! Very well then, bailiff, please go wake Mr. Filch and escort him to the witness stand. He's gonna try to steal the witness stand. Will the witness state his name and occupation, please? Name's Filch, Phineas Filch, caretaker, QB Manor. Oh, and this is for you, your lordship. Just a little something I thought you might like. Oh my, what a fabulous pair of shoes. And your honor will do just fine, Mr. Filch. It's those shoes again. Don't they belong to Detective Fulbright? Don't tell me Filch stole them again. They're all yours, your honorship, sir. Oh, but they seem awfully expensive. Yep, too expensive for me, but I reckon they'd be perfect for someone like your honorship. It's a kind gesture, but legal ethics dictate I can't accept such gifts. Aw, ethics schmethics. Just take them if you want them. Polish them up real nice for you, too. I'm sorry about the shoes, Mr. Filch, but I will accept your testimony. The court would like to hear whether you saw Tenmataro in the foyer after the murder. Now he believes in ethics. Guy in the foyer. At the time of the murder, I was on guard duty in the foyer, just like Mr. Cubies asked. I was making sure no one, fair, foul, fishy, or otherwise, could get to our guest. I was still in my office, keeping a good watch, when the murder happened after 3 p.m. That is when it happened. 3:20 p.m. But I didn't see nothing out of the ordinary, no siree. That yokai you keep jabbering on about was but a phantom of a little girl's dreams. A murder in the foyer. But you're telling this court you never saw anyone dressed up like Tenmataro. Yep, was gone the whole time. That's the truth, the whole truth, none but the truth. Nothing but the truth. And Tenmataro, you don't really believe in all that yokai mumbo jumbo, do you? You can boke him. I certainly don't. My bracelet. It's... Something the matter, Apollo? My bracelet keeps squeezing my arm. Really? So you think Mr. Tanuki, Filch, has been lying to us? I wouldn't rule it out. Now, if I could just zero in on a tell, some sort of nervous habit... What in the... What's a hawk doing in here? Allow me to introduce my trusty cohort, Taka. Oh, that's some really good bird animation, though. Birdman? Taka means hawk? What? He seems to have taken quite a liking to the courthouse, made it his new home, in fact. That explains the nest underneath my seat. He doesn't live with you, in jail? Who's ever heard of a courthouse bird? Taka simply loathes trickery and fraud. And that queer power of yours seems to have offended my dear bosom buzzard. This isn't some sort of trick or... Ah! I won't be able to squat like this! What the heck's going on around here? Run for the hills! It's giving salami. Thank you. No pets or other animals allowed in the courtroom. Somebody help! If only bailiffs were real. Oh, he's merely having a bit of sport. He won't harm you, save you when truly famished. He's itchy. In that case, Prosecutor Blackquill, you will ensure your feathered friend is properly fed. Looks like we have to do this the old-fashioned way. He just said no pets allowed. And he's like, he's just fine. He's like, alright. Well, we'll be fine, I think. Why can't she use her emotion technology? If there was someone dressed as Temataro there, Filch should have seen him. We'll just have to put our faith in Jinxie's statement for now. Mr. Justice, please proceed with your... It doesn't surpass, oh, what was it, the Big Top case? When What's-His-Face had the birds and then Phoenix had that one pecking at his forehead for a while? That's still like one of my favorite moments in this entire franchise so far. But yeah, that was an incredible bit there. That series of sprites is so good. Just Phoenix in his upset face, just getting picked at on the forehead. It always comes back to the Big Top case. Please proceed with your cross-examination. The little birds. Acro. Yeah, the acrobat. Guard in the foyer. Time is my unique gameplay mechanic. Oh, hey, it's my friend, my arbitrary reason why you can't. Yeah. Yeah. At the time of the murder, I was on guard duty in the foyer, just like Mr. QB asked. Hold it! He is a good bird, though. He is. It's not the bird's fault. Mr. Filch, why did Alderman QB have you handle guard duty? Yeah, because he trusts me. I am the manor's caretaker, after all. So you took said guard duty seriously? Yeah. Well, let me tell you something about me. I'm... Yipes! Listen here, you little tanuki. Get straight to the point and be quick about it. The court wishes to hear what you did or didn't see in the foyer, and not else. Yes, of course, sir. Right away, sir. Blackwell's got him completely under his thumb. Like I said, I was guarding the foyer entrance that day. When was the show that was circled? Hey, 3 o'clock. Alright. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. I was making sure no one fair, foul, fishy, or otherwise could get to our guest. Hold it! Although he could just be like, it was circled, but that doesn't mean I was watching it. Like, that doesn't really prove. So no one can get to him. Sounds like security was pretty tight. That's because there's always lots of sneaks and thieves around festival time. And the solution was to entrust the manor's security to a thief? That's not even funny. Maybe it's a matter of stopping thieves by hiring one. It takes one to know one. It seems more like letting the fox guard the henhouse to me. So the witness testifies he took his guard duties seriously? Yes, sir, your honorship, sir. I was still in my office keeping a good watch when the murder happened after 3. Hold it! To catch a thief. Did you really keep an eye on the foyer the entire time? Yeah, poor old Filchy. Been working hard my whole life. Only to be smeared by some greenhorn in his fancy schmancy suit and silly haircut. Sorry, Mr. Blackwell, sir. Didn't mean to get off subject there. Blackwell didn't even say anything. To answer your question, yes, I kept an eye, both of them, in fact, on the foyer. Taka's eye. I didn't see nothing out of the ordinary. Oops. I wonder why Mr. Filch didn't see Temataro. Maybe Jinx only thinks she saw Temataro? Or maybe Filch is lying. And if he's lying, we might be able to spot a contradiction in his testimony. Patron to Taka when Simon slams. Hold it! Oh. Yeah, you're right. The bird gets a little startled. That's really good. I missed that. Nah, I didn't see nothing out of the ordinary. Hold it! I ain't seen nothing. Could you describe to the court who you would consider fishy looking? Someone all fidgety and shifty like? You know, like they're about to steal something? Just described himself. Wonder why Mr. Filch didn't see another. All right. Yeah, we'll get him. We'll get him. 3 p.m., you say? Keeping an eye on things, you say?
Objection!
Don't lie to the court like that, Mr. Filch. Hey, it ain't right to bushwhack a fellow like that. Unfortunately for you, I have evidence that proves you're lying. If you look at this TV listing here, you'll see that at the time of the crime, there was a pro wrestling match scheduled, something you'd never miss. I didn't watch that one. No, siree, I was doing my job, just like I was supposed to. This guy's a no one to give up. This is a fun song. Mr. Filch, someone even circled the match. It was you, right? Yipes! Not only that, you even told me you watched it. You said, and I quote, "It was a complete disaster." So, do you admit to slacking off? You can't trick me with your Ruddy Poo lawyer talk. You Rudy Poo? Rudy Poo. That's a new one to me. Your Rudy Poo lawyer talk. Rudy! I'm one of them professional types too. I can do double duty watching TV and the foyer at the same time. You gotta lawyer something, Rudy. Use the poo, Rudy. The only thing Filch can claim to be a professional of is professional thief. You gotta eat the poo, Rudy. It's the only way. Mr. Justice, you would have this court believe the witness was slacking off? That's correct. He claims to have been watching TV and the foyer at the same time, but that's nothing but a bald-faced lie. Bald, you say? But I'm not the one who's lying. Perhaps you meant the witness, Mr. Justice? And in that case, let's see what evidence you can offer. You claim he's lying about watching TV and the foyer simultaneously. Now prove it. The TV's over there.
Take that!
France. He was watching the Olympics. In France. Please take a look at the direction the TV is facing in this diagram. Now, unless Mr. Filch has eyes where his right ear should be, I think it'd be impossible to watch the foyer entrance and the TV at the same time. Why, yes. Someone watching TV there couldn't possibly see the entrance. Exactly, and that means, Mr. Filch, you were slacking off and were not watching the foyer as you claim. Yipes! The backside of the cat. I mean the other way around. He's on a little box. He's on a little box. That's really good. That's like one of my favorite bits from the 2D games. When they put someone on a box. Order, order, order. He's just a little tanuki. But Mr. Justice, is Mr. Filch's less than stellar work ethic relevant to this case? It's very relevant, because while he was slacking off watching TV, there really could have been a Tenmataro impersonator in the foyer.
Objection!
Yes, it's a bikini from the other one. Granted, this tanuki was lax in his duties, but he still had the foyer entrance covered. What are you talking about? This. I'm not a mind reader. Auditory sense. His eyes may have been slacking off, but his ears were still hard at work. Right, Tanuki? They were. I mean, yes. Yes, they were. But you already admitted to slacking off. Now you say you weren't? My eyes might be lazy, but my ears ain't. I would have heard anyone in the foyer. You see the foyer floor and stairway get all creaky squeaky when someone walks on them. Creak, creak, creak. Loud enough to wake the dead, I reckon. So, you're saying you didn't hear anybody walk by? Yep, my ears were working full time, so who's the liar now, you no good shyster? A lying thief calling me a shyster. This has to be the low point of my fledgling career. Gotta hand it to you, Mr. Blackwell, sir. You really are something else. I mean, you don't miss a thing, and them bags under your eyes, they're darker than mine. Fair warning, Mr. Filch. Taka is particularly fond of Tanuki. Should you lie to this court again, you may suddenly find yourself on the menu. Oh, he's gonna die. He's a dead man. Please don't eat me, Mr. Taka, sir! The witness shall henceforth testify truthfully under penalty of painful bird attacks. Phoenix Wright.jpg? having a normal one in court today. And with that in mind, the court requests that the witness revise his testimony accordingly. Ears working overtime. It's true, I was watching a pro wrestling match on the office TV. My eyes might have been slacking, but my ears, they're working overtime. The floor there's all creaky squeaky like. No way I would have missed someone walking by. So you see, there weren't no Temataro in the foyer. Double negative, Your Honor? Weren't no means was yes, Temataro in the foyer. I rest my case. Oh my god. How did he do it? Who is that defense attorney? Superstition is the religion of feeble minds. Understand? A simple, rational explanation is best. Forget yokai, demons, and such. We must use common sense, for lacking that, our entire world would be but upside down. Says the convict prosecutor is totally a sign of the end times for the legal world. And besides, if there were any yokai roaming about, I'd nab them and sell them to the zoo. I wonder whether Jinxie was just seeing things. It seems to be the general consensus, but I'm sticking to my guns. If we can't prove she saw Temataro, the mayor's sure to be convicted. How come at no point in the case, up until now, not a single soul, nary a soul, has mentioned the security camera? Why has nobody brought that up? Not even the defense. Why are we here? Why are we having this conversation? And we better hope my guns fire bullets, not BBs. BB. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Thank you. Because it's turn. Yeah. Because I think it's a banana. It is just a banana on the floor plan. I do have thoughts sometimes. It's true I was watching a pro wrestling match on the office TV. Hold it! Sometimes I have thoughts, but not usually. You are paid for your work, aren't you? How do you justify watching TV on the job? And if they were so determined to have a TV in the office, why not put it so it's facing the foyer? They just could have put it on the other side and had it face. I don't know. They kind of set that up really poorly. Anyway. But it ain't easy being me. I mean, I can't watch TV when we have visitors. There's no way to record stuff. Am I supposed to be consoling you over your first world problems? Damn. Apollo hitting him with the first world problems. If those are his only problems, he should consider himself lucky. I guess pro wrestling's serious business to Mr. Filch. Don't use logic. None logic. My eyes might have been slacking, but my ears. Hold it! He was listening. You lied earlier about taking your guard duty seriously, didn't you? That ain't no harm in bending the truth a little, right? Listen to me, you little tanuki. Lie again and Taka shall feast upon that forked tongue of yours. Oh, I really like how all the animation in this game is so well done, and for that, they just said, just move the beak mouth open a little bit and play a sound effect. Like, they didn't have Taka lean and flap his wings, just, it's just like, perfect. That's better than if he had an animation. Yeah, stock hawk sound.ogg. Yipes! Sorry, just let me keep my tongue. At least leave it until we get the truth out of him in any case. You were negligent in your duties, were you not? Yes, sir, I was, sir. But I ain't like that. Red-tailed hawk sound with Taco Theory. All hawks make the same noise. The floor is all creaky squeaky. Hold it! So you have pretty good ears, Mr. Filch. As good as they come, I'd say. Ain't nothing to hear a creaky floor. Plus, that Temataro makes a sound when he goes by. It's like a jingle jangle. How would he know that? Jingle jangle. How does he do that? It's that staff of his. That's what jingle jangles. What's he talking about, Apollo? Beats me. I guess Temataro has a staff that makes noise. Come to think of it, didn't Jinxie mention something like that too? She said she saw Temataro holding a staff-like object that made a jangly sound. I guess that's the sort of the noise then. Source of the noise. Well, Mr. Justice, Mr. Filch says he jingle jangles. Would you consider that vital information? Yes. He jingles and he jangles. Extremely vital. A request to be added to his testimony. He got a pocket full of nickels and a heart full of dreams. If he was to pass on by, his staff would have gone jingle jangle. Hold it! So Temataro's staff makes a distinctive sound. Yep, like a jingle and a jingle. Wait, Jinxie said something like that. He made a jingly sound. A jangly sound. I think we're missing something here, but can't quite put a finger on it. Perhaps we should take a look at the court record again. Well. So you see, there weren't no Temataro in the foyer. Hold it! It was Temataro in the foyer with the candlestick. Tell the court, what did Jinxie see if it was not Temataro? She's always going on about seeing this yokai or that. Just an active imagination, I reckon. She won't even come near me because she thinks I'm some sort of Taruki monster. Can't say I blame her. So, Mr. Filch, you chalk it up. Chalk to a child's active imagination. Yep, no Temataro or anyone else got in or out of QB Manor on my watch. Apollo, what could this mean? Do you think Jinxie was just seeing things? If that's the case, the details she provided were pretty impressive. But if we're to continue believing Jinxie's statement, we'll have to uncover Filch's line, right? Or find out why he can't tell the truth. It was Temataro in the kitchen with the roo. Thank you for the hydrate. I always underestimate how much talking I do for an Ace Attorney stream. After I ended stream last time, I was like, I gotta hydrate. Thank you. So he would have made a jingle jingle, you say, but he didn't make a jingle jangle, you say. But then he didn't have a staff when he was airborne. Does the tabloid prove anything about what's happening? Good open breath, thank you. I limited stream, yeah. And then I realized, well, if I want to get through these games in a timely fashion, ain't no way. He carried a staff like him that jingled. He was watching a thing. Volleyball commentary. Alright. What is the issue? Do a little bit of this. A little bit of this. Did Vlada take the picture? His staff would have gone jingle jangle. Should I present this and be like, what staff? Actually, wait, yes. Because the staff jingly jangling was new information that Jinxie provided. So why else would he think he has a staff? Yeah, I'm presenting that. France!
Objection!
Tenmataro's staff would make a jangly sound, you say? It makes a jingle and a jangle, you say? Stenographer, will you read back to me how he described the staff? Oh, that's right, a jingle and a jangle, you say? I'm gonna say, it doesn't add up. Is there anything the defense would like to share with the court? Mr. Filch, you say you didn't see Temataro on the day of the incident. Why, then, did you assume just now that Temataro would be holding a staff? Ben? You see, the Temataro Jinxie saw held a staff in his hands. And she described its sound just like you did, as a kind of a jingle jangle. Yeah, so he's holding a staff. What's your point?
Objection!
The point is that Temataro doesn't use a staff. Not normally. Thanks for the raid, Oasis. Hope you had a good stream. What are you talking about? Hope you enjoy the VODs, Asterism. Hello, we're having a good time. Hope you enjoy the VODs. A long time. I know, my last time on Drawfee felt like it was only a couple years ago, but it was 4 years ago. Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Hi. It was a lot of fun. I'm glad people enjoyed the episode. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. You see, this is the only known document depicting Tenmataro. Is there a staff in that picture, Mr. Filch? Last 4 years don't count, right? You're right, there's no staff, not even a cane or a walking stick. So the question is, why does the witness think Tenmataro uses a staff? I was a trophy. Sure. Yeah, but listen, nothing matters. Everything's fine. I believe the answer will overturn the prosecution's case on the most basic level. It's me. Well now, this is getting interesting. All right, Mr. Justice, it's time to show the court where you're going with this. Please tell the court why Mr. Filch believes Temataro carries a staff, because the scroll is wrong. He actually saw him. He's a scatterbrain. He just made it up. Mr. Filch actually saw Tenmataro right after the crime occurred. That's the only way he could possibly know about the staff. Busted again! Bloody hell! You duplicitous little... Yes, how'd that feel, Black Quill? Not so fun when you're on the receiving end of the blade, is it? Admit it, Mr. Filch. You did see Tenmataro that day, didn't you? Well? I'm begging you, please don't make me say it. Nuh-uh. Clearly you did see Tenmataro. Stop stalling and testify to that fact. No can do, no way, no how. You ain't got no idea how terrifying he can be. He? Mr. Filch still won't admit to seeing Tenmataro, even though everyone knows he did. The question now is, why? Mr. Filch is scared to death. Is that why he can't admit the truth? Come to think of it. They say you must not gaze upon Tenmataro, but in the event that you do look, and then tell anyone what you saw, Tenmataro will claim your soul. He can have it, I'm not using it. Jinxie wouldn't admit to seeing Tenmataro after hearing about the village's superstitions. She said that if she told anyone that she had seen Tenmataro, he'd claim her soul. Wait, you think Filch believes that too? So Mr. Big Time City Slicker Lawyer has heard about him. Them old village superstitions. Will the defense please explain what the witness is talking about? The people of Ninetails Vale believe some pretty strange things. And their superstitions may be the reason our witness here can't admit the truth. The truth that he really did see Tenmataro. Down straight this way. It's all right here. Village superstitions. 1. Do not gaze upon Tenmataro. 2. Do not tell others if you see him. 3. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it, your immediate departure from the village. 4. Freeing him will bring ruin upon the village. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. See, that's why us folks in Ninetails Vale can't talk about seeing Tenmataro. Nice of them to write them down. That clears up one mystery. The killer took advantage of the superstitions by wearing a Tenmataro costume. They knew that way no one could talk about him, so it was as if he never existed. The defense holds that this Tenmataro impersonator is the true killer. What?
Objection!
Superstitions, you say? What kind of fool would actually believe such rubbish? And would that using some silly fairy tale could so easily expose the culprit? You'll need to come up with a more rational, common sense explanation than that.
Objection!
Nuh-uh. The killer dressed up as John Cena. Your common sense seems awfully narrow-minded to me, Prosecutor Black Quill.
Objection!
Where's Taka? He's probably eating the judge. Try living in my world of narrow cells, mortal danger, and dark, sleepless nights. There's no lack of superstitions in the Clink, but few of those are truly believe in them.
Objection!
Well, the village superstitions are real enough to the people of Ninetails Vale. A life or death superstition might even make you a believer. Grr. Yeah, point at him, Apollo. Point at him. Order, order, I say. You fool of a tanuki. Fool of a took. 2 times now your lies have cost me. Yeah, sorry. I promise not to do it again. Wink. Taka, my fine feathered friend, have at him. 07. Filch is dead. He's gonna eat me alive! Head for the hills! He took off. Bailiff, what are you waiting for? After him, with your fastest men! That's certainly not something you see every day. Welcome to court, Athena. Do you regret becoming a lawyer yet? There's still time to pivot your career. Well, it would seem a new and important fact has come to light. A third party disguised as the yokai Tenmataro was at the scene. Now we have 2 witnesses who can attest to that fact. Any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? Prosecutor Blackwell. Oh. Uh-oh. What? Huh? Ah! His shackles. Yeah! I'm too young to die! He got another feather, though. Justice Dono. Long has it been since I've been forced to draw my blade. You had best say your prayers. Eek! Luke, run! It's his face, too. His health bar just refilled. Detective, do something! Ha ha! Have no fear, Wright is here. When the going gets tough, the champion of justice gets going.
Objection!
Then get going already before he kills us! But I stand in awe of Simon Blackwell, for it is his sense of justice that set him free. Objection, objection, I object to Detective Fulbright's definition of justice. This is Kangaroo.
Silence.
This is Kangaroo Court. I'm not in the habit of cutting down unarmed cowards. Oh, well, in that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, can I ask you to, you know... I think the judge forgot he's in charge here. Case 3, am I right, chat? Should I bring it back? Oh, Paul, it's only case 2. It's only case 2. So Justice Dono's assertion is this: Tenma Taro is the real killer, not Mayor Tenma. According to him, there was a yokai at the scene of the crime. Right. And that yokai, or rather whoever was impersonating him, killed Alderman Cuby.
Silence.
Care to explain why Jinxie, being the first to discover the murder, did not see your alleged killer yokai there in the Fox Chamber? What? He's right, she said nothing about Tenma Taro being in the Fox Chamber. Because obviously he went into the secret chamber and put on the disguise in there. There's probably a suit in there or something. Let me enlighten you. That little scamp heard a dying scream right before she opened the chamber door. And your point is... Upon opening the door, she found a freshly skewed murder victim, the alderman, and the homicidal maniac who had killed him, the mayor. There must have been someone dressed up like Tenma. Or he was hiding behind the partition, or he jumped up into the vent, because he's got like a 10-foot vertical leap. There's so many ways he could have not been in the room. So there must have been someone dressed up. Then why does that little scamp claim not to have seen a yokai in the Fox Chamber? Considering her father is accused of murder, surely she would have mentioned any third party that might have been in the room. I don't understand. Why didn't she see Tenma Taro inside the Fox Chamber? There's but one way to find out. Ask Jinxie Tenma whether she saw your killer yokai at the scene of the crime. Uh-oh. The final battle draws nigh. Only one of us will leave here alive. Heh. Long has my blade thirsted for blood. At long last it shall be sated. Wait, this is still a trial, right? Show me what you're truly capable of. Justice Dono. I hate the shape of Apollo's mouth in that one. It's like that one fucked up Barry emote. Which emote has the fucked up mouth? Very well then. Both parties no doubt need some time to regroup. So the court will take a 10-minute recess in order to... It's on the Discord. 3 minutes. I'm sorry, but a 3-minute recess? Just so. Plenty of time if your destination of intent is the loo. The loo? You mean the bathroom? Sheesh. At least include enough time to wash our hands. See that you take no more than 3 minutes. All latecomers will be punished. Yes, sir. I hereby declare a 3-minute recess before the battle begins. I declare Prosecutor Blackwell the winner of this round of Simon Says. Doesn't bode well for us if the prosecutor is running the show, does it? Arbitrarily British. I didn't think he was British, but then he calls it the Lou. 10:40 a.m. Classic British samurai. He busted out of his shackles. Yeah, what was that all about? Guess they don't make shackles like they used to. Better be careful, Apollo. You've really brought out the samurai in him. Especially after you proved that there was a Temataro impersonator at the manor. What's with that guy and the whole samurai act anyway? FIBS average, I guess. 3 minutes! Your Honor, can we add a 0 after the 3? Such fine swordsmanship. That is no mere act. Mr. Justice, it's high time I challenge this jailhouse prosecutor to a duel. No, wait. Let's save the duel until after we prove your innocence. I suppose it could wait till later. Does anyone remember we're conducting a trial here? Athena, I'm gonna go wash up. Remember what Blackwell said, Apollo, don't be late. Oh, I don't like that we're actually going somewhere. Are we fine? Okay, are we okay? I was like, if this cuts to an anime cutscene of Apollo in the bathroom, I'm gonna turn off the game. 10:43 a.m., number 4. Now then, I believe our next witness is Miss Jinxie Tenma, a maid at QB Manor. I believe we can proceed now, if the witness is ready, that is. Whoa. Nurarihyan, leader of the 100 demons. He really does exist. Wow, that is one well-polished tray. The witness will show her face while in court, or her testimony will be inadmissible. Eek. What is it, my child? Begone, Nurarihyan, leader of the 100 demons. You think I'm a yokai? Well, I was once known as a judicial monster of sorts. What does that mean? Why would... Mods? Can anyone help? The beast of the bar, the demon of due process, if you will. My charm has no effect. Mods, blame this judge. What the hell? The demon of due process, not sure I can see that one. I'm a judicial cookie monster. Now, you little scamp. Yes? I trust you know why you're here. Bags. Oh, that tricksy tanuki? Try the noodle stand and go enjoy a big bowl of tanuki tail noodles while you're at it. Everyone's a comedian. No, I meant your bags. The ones under your eyes. You must have trouble sleeping. Here, this charm will keep Azukiarai away. Azukiarai? The yokai that washes Azuki beans? The only thing needing washing will be your father's neck before I take his head clean off. Azukiarai often keeps people up at night with the noise he makes washing beans. A lot of bean discourse in this case. But if you stick this charm on your forehead, you won't hear him anymore. Is that so? Well, thank you. Looks like Prosecutor Blackwell got more than he bargained for. They're bad enough alone, but together these two are just plain creepy. He's got a lot of gas from his beans. Your testimony, if you please, Miss Tenma. Specifically, whether or not you saw Temataro when you discovered the crime scene. Beans. The guffinest and the ruffinest. Did I see Temataro in the Fox Chamber? Well, when I opened the door, I saw, yes, now I remember. Yokai right there in that room. That's all we got. So there was a yokai at the scene of the crime. Lots and lots of them. Wait, more than one? Did Temataro happen to be among them? I don't know, I just don't know. All I know is the room was swimming in yokai. Kasha, Nurikabe, Sentataisho. They were all there. Should I look up these yokai? Which one's the one-eye umbrella with the big old mouth? That's my favorite yokai. This is an unexpected turn of events. We've gone from no yokai to a flood of them. Call the yokai watch. Enjoy the fun, etc. Thank you. Karakasa? Umbrellamon. There you, yeah, good. Gotcha. This is ludicrous. Ghostface killer. You would have this court listen to this delusional little scamp's testimony.
Hold it!
I'm not used to having someone in the courtroom who, like, has their own brain cell. I know we discussed it last stream, but, like, everyone passes the one brain cell around, but she just has one. And sometimes she gets the borrowed one as well. And I'm not used to it. Your Honor, I believe her memory is simply clouded by fear. But a quick therapy session should ease her mind. With the court's permission, of course. What a fabulous idea. Please proceed, Miss Sykes. You sure you know what you're doing, Athena? She's obviously not herself. The trauma of discovering that crime scene and fear of testifying have her dazed and confused. A regular ball of confusion. But my analytical psychology-based approach should be able to help. Any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? Shall we let Miss Sykes proceed? She's too OP. It makes no difference to me. Do as you will, but I doubt we shall get any viable testimony. She'd be better served by bearing witness to the sword skills I forged in a distant land. While you were practicing law, I was studying the blade. I'll show you. Been dazed, get confused. For so long, it's not true. One little woman never bothered for you. Lots of people talking, few of them know. Whoa, ma'am? You alright? She seems upset. When I opened the door, I saw... Yes, I remember. Whoa, yokai, right there in that room. Found something. Looks like an out-of-control emotion. Where'd that Tanuki's balls go? Athena, what exactly are we looking at here? Oh, this? It's one of Widget's functions. Right here, you can see images and emotions extracted from the witness's voice. Okay. Whoa! You mean that little thing can do all this? Pretty cool, huh? And here I thought it was just some kid's toy. Unfortunately, all I'm getting is an overflow error right now. What? See how sad is brightly lit there at the bottom left? Computer, enhance the Tanuki's balls. She's under an uncontrollable amount of distress, which is masking her other emotions. It seems the sheer terror she experienced has made her a confused mess. So, all those yokai she thinks she saw are a product of rampant emotions. I like the little broken cup and dishes, guys. Like Beauty and the Beast. That's right. Is Beauty and the Beast feature a bunch of yokai? That's right. Her fear has instilled in her hallucinations and false memories. She's seeing normal everyday objects as monsters in her mind. It's a form of schizophrenic hallucination brought on by emotional trauma. And the trauma in Jinxie's case is fear. So she was, and still is, seeing ordinary objects as yokai. We'll have to find the root cause of her extreme fear before I can treat it. Now, let's see. Is this turning into, like, a trauma center minigame? But we have to, like, zap the psychology demons? Can you point out the yokai on the Wheel of Fire? She seems particularly terrified of that one. Start by pressing probe. Point to what's causing Jinxie's out-of-control emotion. Hit probe again to try to get to the heart of the matter. Let's give this a try. Tetris the trauma away. Press the probe button. Oh my god. Fireball ghosts, wall monster, cup monsters, Cuphead, raccoon dog, it's a Tanuki. Cat monster on a Wheel of Fire. Got it! Got it. What's happening? Lawyers. This is part of passing the bar. What's the name for that yokai on a Wheel of Fire? That's Akasha, a yokai that steals the bodies of the recently deceased. I bet it came to steal the aldermans. It's almost creepy how well that fits the actual situation. Exactly. It's a form of hallucination where the patient can't see things for what they are. There must be something at the scene of the crime that she's mistaking for Akasha. Apollo, you need to point out what you thought was yokai on a Wheel of Fire. I think I know the answer now. Jinxie, that wasn't Akasha you saw. Could you have possibly mistaken this for Akasha? Just the...
Take that!
the chandelier. The light fixture? This one right here. As a flame design is up there on the ceiling. There was never a yokai on a wheel of fire. The Akasha you saw was just a light fixture. Info update. Is this helping our case in court? It feels like... I'm like waiting for an objection to show up. That's one memory back to normal. Nice job. Now you got the hang of it, it should be a cinch to point out the rest. Jinxie, what about this white wall-like monster? This girl needs therapy. What does that mean? He's crazier than a coconut. I just have all the music references in my brain right now. That's Nurikabe, a wall monster that blocks your way or leads you astray. That's no yokai, Jinxie, it's a folding screen. And this raccoon dog isn't a tanuki monster. It's just the statue of one. Wait, where did she see the tanuki monster? Because weren't those behind the door? I guess I don't have a shot of the full room. She would open the door and those were like kind of the left and right behind the door. Hello, Onsta. Happy Drawfee, I just woke up. Thank you, Onsta. Yay. We're having a normal time in here. How you doing? Those are just coffee cups. This right here, it's nothing more than a fox statue. I don't know what I was thinking. She saw Filch. You know what? Maybe she did. I miss Onsta. Sometimes I can still hear them scream, baby girl. You did, Apollo! Her extreme fear is under control now. It was all just my eyes playing tricks on me. There weren't any yokai after all. See? Clear-cut statement. That's the power of my psychology and your intuition, Apollo. And the bird, Taka, didn't have any issue with this. But he did have issue with bracelet perceived powers. Okay. And just like we thought, there never really were any yokai in the Fox Chamber. Athena! No yokai, only Brushel. There never really were any yokai there. So the defense is asserting the exact opposite of their original assertion. Wait, Jinxie, what about Temataro? There wasn't anyone there dressed up as Temataro or any other yokai either. I remember it clearly now. You've gotta be joking! They're very good together, Apollo and Athena. Big dumb faces. Order in the court! I think we just dug our own grave. How many times did that happen in this case? Allow me to push you on in. It's the least I could do. No! Apollo, can I interrupt your freak out for just a minute? Please. I'm still picking up some noise. It's an unexpected emotion. Does that mean Jinxie hasn't remembered everything yet? Exactly. We should be able to get something else out of her. On to the new information we have and run an update. Don't update your software, no! So she was surprised and upset. That checks out. I was scared, still surprised, still upset. Making my legs give out and I fell to the floor. Really surprised, a little bit upset. Info update. It's Inside Out 3. There in the Fox Chamber I saw the alderman dead on a table and Papa collapsed in a chair. Nobody else was there, and that includes Tenmataro. Is there an emotion that's weird in that? What am I supposed to do? Try to find the emotions that contradict your statements. So if I find a contradictory emotion, I should point it out. That's right. But it's not just contradictory emotions you should look out for. You should also keep an eye out for sudden changes in an emotion's intensity. Her emotions might get stronger or weaker as you move from statement to statement. It's important to compare how the same emotion changes throughout the testimony. Contradictory emotions and changes in intensity. Okay, I'll give it a shot. So when the surprise got really strong? Like this one?
Got it!
This seems like an unnatural reaction. Really? Because I don't see it that way. Isn't unexpected given her testimony. I didn't think it was contradictory. I thought it was a much stronger emotion. Is there anything in there? Just not if you can hear me. There's someone at home and that someone's gonna try that again. Okay. I guess it's like over time that gets stronger. And then they're both strong. I mean, yeah, she claps, sure. Is it that she gets less sad as she collapses? Is that the weird thing?
Got it!
What am I missing? Wait, no, this is the one I meant. Did I select this one? I think I accidentally changed the one I was on. The amount of fear you felt is rather low, despite your legs having given out from fright. Could something have lessened your fear? Actually, I did experience a sudden burst of courage at that moment. You did? Where did it come from? Let me think. Oh, it was Mama. I suddenly felt as if she was there with me. Okay, I'll enter a sudden burst of courage. Now let's see. Ah, look! She's determined. She's full of courage. All full of beans now. The noise is all gone. Jinxie seems to have remembered everything now. Yatta. Bye-bye. Bye, widget. A sudden burst of courage. Now, where could that have come from? Jinxie, was there something that gave you a sudden burst of courage? Yes, there was, but, I realized I had done something naughty when I thought about it later. Any idea what could have given Jinxie that courage? There is one piece of evidence that comes to mind. What if she saw something like it at the scene of the crime? Jinxie, did your sudden burst of courage have anything to do with this?
Take that!
Jinxie, you didn't happen to see a nine-tails flower there at the scene, did you? The demon lawyer strikes again. I can't hide anything from you. I found a small case with a picture of a nine-tails flower on it. I liked it so much I kept it. You what? You can't remove evidence from a crime scene. That's right, young lady. Removing evidence is a big no-no. Now, the witness will produce said evidence this instant. Sorry. Does seem to be some sort of case. Oh, look, something slid out. It appears to be a key. Might I have a look, your baldness? It's so stupid that they... It reminds me of, like, throwing the phone around and, like, when he had, I think, the teddy bear and he was, like, swapping around. When they use the UI to indicate storytelling, it tickles me. This is none other than the master key to QB Manor. QB Manor? Are you certain of this, Prosecutor Blackwell? He's holding the paper. It matches the serial number of the key that went missing after the murder. A master key? That went missing? Well, I like the sound of that. That bird is a notary. Our little scamp here has stumbled upon an article of unimaginable consequence. That's a little melodramatic, don't you think? Heed these words, for I shall say them but once. The sole key to the Fox Chamber has been in this little scamp's constant possession. Ergo! She was the sole person who could use it before, during, and after the murder. Which leaves the master key as the only other key that could have opened the chamber. But this master key was found in a room that had been locked by this girl. Now there are two of them. Your point is? Until Jinxie Temma opened the Fox Chamber with her key, the room had been locked tight from the outside world. And there was no one else in there save the victim and his killer. I trust you figured out for yourself by now. A killer other than Mayor Tenma himself would be utterly inconceivable. No! What about the vents? Maybe he vented.
Objection!
How could this happen? The defense's assistant will refrain from growling her frustrations.
Athena, are you alright?
I know Maritem is innocent, but there's nothing we can do. This sucks.
Sykes, Dono. Allow me to put you out of your misery.
Can I decline your offer? Abandon your client and your misplaced faith in him. Let the relief of a clear head and a clean conscience come rushing in. That will make the inevitable guilty verdict far easier to accept. Great, now he's playing Simon Says with us. Well, he's not gonna fool us with his stupid mind games. Athena, don't fall for his tricks. Now I'm the one who's dazed and confused. I can't even think straight. Are you alright? She fell right into his trap.
Now, I suggest you make a mad dash from the courtroom and into the wild blue yonder.
Only by running shall your mind be cleared and your conscience cleansed. Alright, I'll be back in 10.
Objection!
Stay with me, Athena. She lost the brain cell. Don't let yourself be twisted by that samurai. Apollo!
Mr. Justice, I heard the word objection. What is it you object to?
Oh, right. That objection was more of a reflex than anything else. Though I was hoping something would come with me while I was trying to stop Athena.
The court is waiting, Mr. Justice. Though as it stands now, I'll be forced to declare your client guilty and your legal skills suspect if this is it. Do you have anything that could overturn the prosecution's case?
Well, actually, I do. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. Apollo! You do have something more than your cords of steel, don't you? Not really, but we'll be fine. Yeah, but I've got absolutely nothing, but that's never stopped me before. I have to explain how the real killer could have escaped that locked room, because it's all over if I don't. Apollo! This calls for a new approach. Try to think outside the box. Or in this case, inside the box. And what a doozy that locked room is, too.
Well, Mr. Justice, do you have anything that can counter the prosecution's argument?
He really is Nick's apprentice. You bet I do. The real killer must have escaped from the locked room one way or another.
Vague conjecture shall only earn you a taste of my blade, Justice Dono.
Yeah, time to do or die, literally.
The defense will now explain how it would be possible to escape the locked room.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. First try. I'm not saving for any particular reason. It's just been a bit since we've saved is all. You sure about this, Apollo? Can you really explain what happened? I'm fine! We just need to think this whole escaping a locked room thing over from the beginning. So, let's see. If the killer had escaped, how could they have done so? The choices are pretty limited. The room has a window, but it doesn't open wide enough for anyone to get through, and there's a sheer cliff outside. Why is the convicted murderer out of the blade? Don't list none of this. As for the air vent, it's up too high, and there's nothing you could stand on to reach it. And needless to say, the forbidden chamber wouldn't open no matter what we did, so that's out. Yeah, that's why we gotta keep the solution simple, like they say, simple's best. We need to rule out all of the absolutely impossible escape routes. Then whatever's left just might lead us to how the Fox chamber was compromised. Your Honor, the defense proposes the killer escaped through here. He escaped through the door.
Take that!
The hallway door? Well, yes, I suppose that would be the only way out. It would appear you've already forgotten. The only available key until Jinxie Tenma came on scene was within that locked room. How would one exit the Fox chamber and then lock it without a key,
Yeah, I should have seen this coming. Remember, Apollo, keep it simple. Simple, right. I could understand if the killer had exited the room with the key, but...
Well, Mr. Justice, prosecution has some fine Japanese steel waiting unless you explain yourself quickly.
I'm fine! I can explain myself. The reason the Fox chamber hallway door was locked was because Tenma locked it from the inside. It locked on its own. The perp locked it from outside. Let me think about this. So, if hypothetically, like, there was either more than one key or even just the one key, it was found inside the room. He got in there, the door was not locked. He went in there and unlocked it from the inside. But then that doesn't explain how he got out of the room. But it was locked when she got to the scene of the crime. So it would have to have been locked from the outside. I'm just gonna. I think he just would have had it locked on the outside. Well, the room was locked from the outside. In other words, the killer took the key through the hallway door, then locked it. Consider this. The master key was found inside the tightly locked fox chamber. Maybe he had a spare. Any assertion that the key was removed from that room is a blatant contradiction of facts. Exiting the room before locking the door would require taking the key outside, but the key was found inside the room, which does seem like a contradiction. If only we could explain both. Like how the key could be inside the room and be used to lock the door from outside. Well, let's see if the defense can respond before Prosecutor Blackquill draws his sword. How could the key be at the crime scene despite the room being locked tight? Was like, I keep choosing things that seem like they're wrong, and then it gives me another choice, and I haven't had a penalty yet. Slipped it in when the door was open. Threw it in from outside, changed the lock? None of these seem correct. It had to have been the banana in the foyer. Despite the room being like, something when the door was open. So then that would mean Jinxie opened the door and he went, whoop, the key's back in the room now. Which is possible. We don't know the exact, I don't know. Threw it in from outside. Was the window open? That seems absurd. Changed the lock. No, because she opened it with her key. D, all the above. Look at the map again. So he left, and then the key was inside the room. And the door was locked. Feasible. Was the window open when we got there? I don't think it was. If the window was open and he had really good aim, yeah, I guess he could have thrown the key up through the window. This is already so complicated, I know. I'm gonna try that. What if someone threw it into the room from outside? You know, something like go out the hallway door, lock the room, and then toss the key back in through the window. That would explain how the master key could be inside the locked room. And where would you throw it from? There is a cliff outside the Fox Chambers window. Well, you know, you can climb up the cliff. Throwing the key in from there is an impossibility. Oh, right. I wonder if the key could have been tossed in from somewhere other than the window. Somewhere other than the window. Like the vent? Could the key have been tossed in through somewhere other than the vent, than the window? Through the vent. Yeah.
The air vent?
Yes. The window may be out of the question, but the air vent's not. They let me say a lot of wrong things to get to this point. That's right, the Fox Chambers air duct leads out into the hallway. Mogus? That's right, the real killer entered the air duct from the vent outside the Fox Chamber, then dropped the key into the room through the vent inside the chamber. How is this simple?
That's preposterous.
Oh, that explains how the key got in there after it was used to lock the door perfectly.
Mr. Justice, I'm afraid I'm a bit confused.
Me too. Don't worry. I'll explain it so even Your Honor can understand. It's not simple, it's shrimple. First, the real killer, disguised as Temataro, murdered the alderman in the Fox Chamber. Then they fled the room through the hallway door and locked it. Next, they entered the air duct from the vent outside in the hallway. Finally, the killer tossed the key into the room through the air vent in the ceiling there. All that was left to do after that was go back through the duct and flee the manor. Didn't Jinxie hear a scream and then go to the room? Okay, never mind. It does line up. Because she went to the room, opened the door, found them, went to call the police, and then after leaving the phone call, that's when she ran into the Temataro guy. So while she was going over there after hearing the scream, that must have been after he'd already locked the door and jumped into the vent. So, I guess that works. Could that be any clearer? Amazing, even I could follow that. I don't like him holding the gavel. I don't like that. Put it down, Your Honor. The judge seems really pleased. Is that him being pleased? That explains everything. The real killer was someone dressed up like Temataro, and there was someone other than the mayor and the alderman in that room. So threw the key in front of her, basically. Yeah, she would have been like, oh no! And then like a key just falls down. I missed some of that dialogue. Order, I say. Looks like that lawyer has beaten the jailbird prosecutor. That was a total turnabout. That massive forehead of his seems so much more attractive now. Order, I say. Identify with the guy with the goatee. Now that I've proved a possible third party, I don't see how our client could be guilty.
Silence. A valiant effort, Justice Dono, but your final thrust missed its mark. Huh? Both that little scamp and the tricksy Tanuki saw the yokai after it left the room. But then what? Did that irksome yokai simply go through the foyer and waltz right out the front door? Yeah, that's exactly what happened. The killer fled from the... But that is impossible! Without being spotted by the foyer's security camera, that is.
Hour 500 of the trial, we finally bring up that there is a security camera. The electric eye here would have captured any pesky little yokai trying to escape.
However, there's no sign of Temataro anywhere in the security footage. What? Save for the foyer entrance, there is no other way to flee the manor, is there? I don't feel so good.
Hold it!
Wait, I believe there is one other way to escape besides the foyer entrance. There's a large window in the foyer. It's possible to escape through there without being seen by the security camera. Where? Oh, to the right. Directly underneath. I didn't notice that window there. It's like kind of open. Do you know the footage wasn't tampered with? I guess so. Hey, you're right.
Silence! Metal Gear. Colonel, must I point out every crucial detail to the defense? It seems you lack not only brains, but investigative prowess to boot.
That is the cliff side of the manor. The only killer escaping that way would be a dead one. What if he could fly? So the killer didn't escape out the foyer window? What the heck, right?
Ha! I suppose your next proposal is the killer spreaded wings and flew off into the sunset?
I mean... I mean... Yeah, you know... That would mean the killer really was a yokai.
If only we had some sort of evidence that could point to a flying killer. Who's saying we don't? As completely far-fetched as it might be. What? You think you can prove the killer could fly? I thought I was the one with the cords of steel. Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
Your Honor?
What evidence do you have that the killer flew away?
France?
Take that!
Take a look at this special edition paper.
Temataro, real or flight of fancy? What does this article prove, Mr. Justice?
The photo in that article was taken shortly after the murder. Maybe the yokai in that photo is the killer shortly after they fled out of the window?
Mr. Justice, you're not seriously suggesting...
Oh, I'm serious. It all adds up. The killer, disguised as Temataro, flew away, you know, by some way or another.
Silence! It is your brain that has flown the coop.
That image is not but trick photography or some other form of artifice. Okay then, how about the Tenmataro figure Mr. Filch saw? It just vanished into thin air? No, there is a rational, common-sense explanation for that. That infernal yokai our tricksy Tanuki witness never reached the entrance. He, or should I say she, turned back before the camera's electric eye. She? I don't like where this is going one bit. Now, the fact that we know that yokai had come from the Fox Chamber means that it was likely either Mayor Damien Tenma or his daughter, Jinxie Tenma. We know that Mayor Tenma was already unconscious at the time. Gulp. Not good. Not good at all. Do you understand the gravity of the situation now, Justice Dono? The falsified yokai remnants and the appearance of Tenmataro were the work of one individual. And that individual's none other than Jinxie Tenma! Oops. 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 No! No, I'm sure it's fine. Our client is innocent. Hooray! Jinxie's not our client. Order! The defense will stop competing for the greatest freak out ever. The little scamp was, no doubt, simply trying to protect her father. And it's no wonder that her superstitious mind conjured up this mad masquerade. Prosecutor Blackwell's assertion makes perfect sense to me. It's far more convincing than saying the killer escaped by flying out of the window. Did you truly believe this could end any other way? Did we fall right into his trap? Well, we do now, Apollo. Our case no longer stands without a real yokai, if only we had one. Bailiff, seize her. It's time I interrogated her as the samurai of yore would. Mayor Tenma? This farce is over. How does it feel seeing your own daughter accused of a cover-up most foul? Tenmataro's true identity is... Now, Mr. Mayor, it would be futile at this point to claim you were the yokai. After all, you've been knocked out cold by a blow to the skull. Slipping into a yokai costume and roaming about the manor would be all but impossible. Consider this well. As it stands, your daughter will be arrested for obstruction of justice. But if you confess, the prosecution will be willing to overlook her little yokai farce. Confess? The defendant intends to confess? Wait. Apollo! Prosecutor Blackwell's up to his mind games again! Mayor Tenma, no! Don't fall for his twisted words! If you're sent away for murder, Jinxie will be left all alone. The real killer is... Mayor Tenma's gonna confess unless we do something. But I can't prove how the real killer could have flown away. Caw. Look upon me in despair, for ripe is the time of my return. Him? Uh-oh. I should watch what I wish for. Caw! Foolish mortals! I am Tenmataro, the yokai you seek. Oh no. Mayor Tem? Silence! I am Tenmataro, freed from the bonds binding me to the Forbidden Chamber. Behold, the return of the Demon King! His little neckerchief thing got all ruffled. You can't fake that! What the? Feed the boy. Well then, I think it's time for me to take a vacation. The witness will, he will explain himself. Are you saying you're Tenmataro, the yokai we've been chasing this whole time? Indeed, it is I, Tenmataro, the one whom you seek, come to reveal the truth. This child is Tenmataro, you say? Ha! What nonsense. So, Mayor Tenma is a yokai now.
Ka. His body is now mine. So you're saying that Mayor Tenma is being possessed by you? And that the yokai that Jinxie Tenma and Phineas Filch saw? And the one who captured in the newspaper photo? Those were all you? The accursed power of these warding charms prevents me from revealing my true form.
It's a great shot of the two of them.
Your baldness!
Can this not be interpreted as an admission of guilt?
Well, a confession by a yokai would be quite unprecedented.
Be that as it may, the defenseless case has been overturned. Huh?
What?
You claimed the yokai that little scamp saw was some third party, the true killer. The one who escaped from the locked fox chamber, but it was the accused all along. Ironic, is it not? Your yokai turned out to be real in a manner of speaking. For the alderman's killer is none other than Mayor Tenma. And the yokai at the scene? That too was Mayor Tenma, or should I say, our dear Tenma Taro. The pieces have all fallen into place. How so, Prosecutor Blackwell? It seems I must spell it all out for you. Mayor Tenma killed the alderman in the fox chamber, which was locked at the time. He then removed the warding charms from the Forbidden Chamber's door, but then fell unconscious from the blow the alderman had delivered to his head. That's when his daughter, Jinxie Tenma, stumbled upon the scene of the crime. The little scamp fled in terror, whereupon the spirit of Tenma Taro, freed at last from the charm's warding effect, took possession of the mayor. Why is he arguing this? The newly freed Tenma Taro then fled from the fox chamber. So you see, the yokai Jinxie Tenma saw was her father possessed by Tenma Taro.
Objection!
But when we arrived on the scene, the mayor was found unconscious. How is that possible if you're supposed to have flown out of the foyer window? Then what? Do you mean to say the maid of QB Manor, Jinxie Tenma, was Tenma Taro? Oh.
Ka, that too is easily explained.
Flew about for a time, did I? But presently tired, I made for the Forbidden Chamber. But alas, exhaustion took me unawares in the Fox Chamber, I knew no more. It would seem the pieces are still in place. Is Blackwell up to his tricks again?
I don't know what to say. Is the defendant a real live?
So that rumor about Mayor Tenma is true. I knew yokai were real. He really did kill the alderman just so he could release Tenma Taro.
Order!
Now he's got everyone in the courtroom believing in yokai. It's Simon Says on steroids. He wants to convict our client any way he can, even if it means blaming a yokai. The proverbial ducks are all in a row. You should now have no qualms about finding the accused guilty or baldness.
This is one of the most bizarre cases in my entire career. Otherworldly, in fact. Can yokai even be prosecuted under our legal system?
Objection!
No. Mayor Tenma is just pretending to be Tenma Taro to protect his daughter. Plus, I already proved how a third party could have escaped from the locked room. A verdict at this point would be premature.
Since both sides have raised valid points.
Our side is saying a third person could have been there and left. Although our argument does hinge on them being able to fly, so fair. Our argument is not that good. But his argument is that yokai possessed our client. So neither of us have valid points. I have no choice but to...
Silence! This is the dark age of law.
Add to the tally.
Where defense attorneys are not to be trusted. This is but a ploy to gain time for them to fabricate evidence. How will I sleep tonight? Knowing you will not let the sun rise on the mayor's day of reckoning, Justice Dono.
Objection!
I won't fabricate any evidence.
Silence!
Ghosts are real, magic is fake, ghosts are real. Ghosts and yokai aren't the same thing, are they? Then prove it by joining me. A night in the clink will ensure you will not succumb to temptation. Promise? How about I just promise not to succumb to anything? We both have evidence. We have both evidence and a confession.
The killer is this yokai before us. It is beyond dispute. Is it though? A guilty verdict is all but... What's wrong with him? Is he a robot? Prosecutor Blackwell, we've had enough of your hijinks. Good eve. The foundation of justice is fair play, and you are in serious violation of that. Huff, huff. What in the devil was that? Fool Bright, have you tampered with my shackles in some manner? Haha, it seems you found that quite shocking. It's my special Jolt of Justice device. Each press is a shocking reminder to behave. You shall pat for this. I, Simon Blackwell, will... Ooh, ah! Your Honor, you need not fear now. I believe Prosecutor Blackwell will remain on his best behavior.
He could have done that this whole time. A bit late with the reassurances, aren't we, Detective?
Well, in that case,
And now we have electro-torture in court.
yeah. This concludes today's deliberations.
Did we learn anything today?
Prosecution and defense will use this opportunity to further their investigations. This court is adjourned.
Okay. Good update to be Blackwell. The mastication shenanigans, true. We learned that yokai are real. (1:20 p.m.) Having a yokai testify in court is unprecedented, to say the least. I am Tenmataro, the yokai you seek. How could such a straight-laced man like Mr. Tenma suddenly become a demon? It's strange. Even worse, Prosecutor Blackwell's playing along. I can't even think straight anymore. I need to go out for a run. See you in a bit. Wait, what about the investigation? Back! Whoa! Whoa, whoa! Trucy, welcome back. Oh, you're in your stage outfit. Back from work? Yep, I really nailed this new magic trick I've been working on. I also heard about those tricks that were conjured up in court earlier today. You know, the demon out of nowhere trick and Polly's tightrope style defense trick. I'm seriously considering a disappearing act of my own after all that craziness. Anyway, our next trick is to find a suspect other than the mayor. I know the killer must have used the air duct in their escape, and whoever did that was the Tenmataro that Mr. Filch and Jinxie saw. Right. Maybe there's some evidence in the air duct. The real fight starts right now. Hey, before you go, let me make the evidence you no longer need disappear. Ta-da! What if I need that evidence, Trucy? Unnecessary evidence has disappeared into Trucy's magic panties. I wonder where all that stuff goes. Okay, let's get over to the scene of the crime. Vámonos, Apollo, vámonos! Arriba. She destroyed evidence. Her what? It's a bit from Ace Attorney 4 that was not a great bit at the time, but they just refused to... Of all the bits to keep bringing back, I'm glad it's the one that made me and all of chat just go, huh? Every 2 seconds. April 18, Killing Manor, Fox Chamber. Latinas Mexicana. She just likes to randomly say phrases in other languages sometimes. I'm not really clear. Detective Fulbright, mind if we search the air duct? Well, since you really are undecided justice, I suppose I can let you. Plus, my own sense of justice has been called into doubt, so... Wonder if he's been like this ever since the trial. Well, his sense of justice has been beaten to a pulp. It'll probably take a while for him to recover. I sort of feel bad for him, but we have work to do. Let's go get the evidence we need. Air duct is the key. We know the Tenmataro impersonator used it to make an escape. After murdering the alderman, the killer left the Fox chamber through the hallway door. Oh, the faces look amazing. They look so good. Then after locking the door from the outside, the killer entered the air duct in the hallway. Bring back Gumshoe. I miss Gumshoe. I like all the new characters, though. Finally, the killer dropped the key into the Fox chamber through the air vent here. Then went back through the duct and fled the manor. Caw.
That's how the illusion of no one entering or leaving the locked room was created. If the killer passed through the air duct, maybe we'll find some evidence there. Yep, maybe some black feathers or something like that. How are we getting up in there? Well, here's our vent. It's awfully high up. Don't worry, I brought a step ladder. Happy hunting. Step ladder? How nice of her to volunteer me for the job. Oh, it's more like a ladder. Whoa, it's pitch black in here. Well, here goes nothing. Please sputter. There's a thick layer of dust in here. I like that they got his mugshot in here. For some reason, even though it says Apollo. Emma! Hope she's fine. I don't get it. Find anything? Apollo, what happened? You're covered in dust. Yep, dust. Lots of dust. So what'd you find? You know how dust collects on something when nobody uses it for a long time? Yeah, like Mr. Wright's desk back at the office. Right. You think it'd be possible to crawl over that sort of dust without leaving a trail? I seriously doubt it. Wait, you're not suggesting no one's gone through that duct lately? Kinda looks that way. And if it's true, Mayor Tenma's gonna be fingered as the killer. What? But if we don't turn things around quickly, injustice with justice. Bah. Ha! Sorry, Mr. Justice. It seems your justice was not the most just after all. It is my sense of justice that has prevailed. Also, if he was covered in dust, he would have left like a dusty trail everywhere he went, running away. Detective Fulbright sure seems chipper all of a sudden. Yeah, and I'm back to my old devastated self. Come on, where's that never say die spirit? Bring it on, Mr. Lawyer Man, bring it on. Let me suffer in peace. Justice prevails once more. It's not over yet, and besides, kicking someone when they're down is what bad guys do. Oh! Are you calling me a bad guy? Me, Bobby Fulbright, champion of justice? How about some information on the investigation? We need some help here. Information? About the investigation? All right, but I won't have you calling me a bad guy ever again, understood? We did it, Apollo. Yeah, but how long can we keep this up? Hello. It's Joe Star eyebrows. I can't believe Blackwell would stoop that low. To pinning the blame on a yokai. He really wants a conviction at all costs. She could give a yokai a run for its money when she's mad. Yes, well, I have him writing a self-reflective essay as we speak. I doubt that'll teach him anything. Yeah, he'll probably just write Doddard 1,000 times. Has anyone being forced to write a self-reflective essay ever changed anyone's behavior ever in the history of self-reflective essays? That whole yokai business is most likely a ploy to win a conviction. Truth is, Prosecutor Blackwell believes Jinxie Tenma planted that yokai stuff. Planted in an effort to protect her father. The real killer. It made me hate writing. Yeah, right. I like to see him prove it. Technically Edgeworth in the Death Note. Yeah. The long-necked yokai in the background is called a Rokurokubi. And the tutel cap is Neko Mara. Neko means cat. And Mara means, what's the matter with you? Whoa, calm down. He doesn't have any direct evidence, but we did find this. It was at the base of the cliff just outside QB Manor. Huh? Wait, that isn't the staff Tematara was supposedly carrying, is it? And this is called a late night hosting. I can't unhear it. I know. Featuring special guest, Gumby. And after that, Pokey. Miss Tenma no doubt tossed it over the cliff when she was done. No way! Well, what about Prince? Nekomata and Boots has been uttered in my ears far too much lately. Nope, no Prince, but if she was wearing a costume, there wouldn't be any anyway. Prince or no Prince, it's not gonna work in our favor. Sounds like the staff might have belonged to the mansion. But if that's the case... But Prince.
Fingerprints? I don't think so. Then where in the mansion did Tenma Taro get it from? Little breaks me think of a Rhythm Heaven song. It does have that kind of, yeah. Okay. Did Prosecutor Blackwell figure out that the victim was the Amazing Ninetales?
He did indeed. He's a sharp one, all right. He figured it out while investigating the municipal merger and the victim's past. The Amazing Ninetales sparked the yokai craze and worked against the merger. And Mayor Damien Tenma's the corrupt politician who murdered that great hero. The Amazing Ninetales fans are so angry they even tried to storm the detention center. I don't blame them. I mean, their favorite masked wrestling hero was murdered. They must have been shocked when they found out what happened.
Speaking of which, isn't Jinxie also a fan of the Amazing Ninetales? A wrestler's mask is more precious than his own life. He'd never unmask himself in front of others. There are matches where wrestlers battle for the right to remove each other's masks. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself. She spoke with a passion that only a fan could appreciate. Well, become fans ourselves and go protest in front of the prison.
But no.
Did you forget that Mayor Tenma is not only Jinxie's father, but our client? Oh yeah.
She forgot.
You be careful now.
You're defending the most hated mayor in history. I just hope you don't find yourself on the wrong end of a figure 4 leg lock.
Maybe I should wear a mask to hide my identity. The Caped Crusader, Apollo Justice. There any new developments we should know?
Now that you mention it,
our suspect is suffering partial memory loss, but he did manage to remember something.
What did he say?
He said he didn't want to speak with us. His exact words were, "I am under no obligation to speak with you mortals."
And other things of that nature. I wonder what Mayor Tenma remembered.
Too bad you can't go ask him now, because Prosecutor Blackwell's busy questioning him.
I know. Why don't you wait down at the playground with the rest of the kids?
Ho, ho, ho. Well now, Apollo. How about regrouping back at the agency? Good idea. Might get some words of wisdom out of Mr. Wright while we're there. I'm an attorney, in case you didn't know. This is my attorney's badge.
No, present it with more confidence and conviction. Like this. In justice we trust.
Okay, how's this? Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Here comes justice.
That was amazing.
But you know what they say, practice makes perfect. Let's see you do it 10 more times. Okay, I'll try my best. Apollo, what are you doing? How'd he talk me into this? I want to do it 10 more times. 10 more times. Justice sees backup sometimes too. Think over it yourself. Okay, goodbye. I'm out of here. With more gusto. Mucho gusto. Maybe I'll go read over some past cases. And I'll go do some research on exorcisms. What's with you guys? You seem bummed out. How should I put this? It's like we're at the edge of a cliff and the only way is down. In other words, business as usual, right? Yeah, I suppose so. Except this time it's like we're bound and gagged too. Don't forget blindfolded with our ears plugged up. Oh, and monsters at every turn, huh? Sounds rough. Hey, Apollo. Oh, and Athena's here too. Mr. Wright! How goes the investigation, Apollo? Athena? I think it's safe to say that things have gotten hairier than before. Really? What happened? Yeah, I'm an attorney. They messed up her colors in the game? What did? What if I got you for doing it 10 times? Yeah. There he is. Your attorney's badge, huh? I used to show mine to everyone, too. Why? You know, never really thought about it. But I could ask you the same question. Me? Well, I guess you could say I show it because there's someone to show it to. Or something like that. Ah, when you say it like that, it sounds kind of, I don't know, philosophical? I guess it does. Or does it? They say so many words, but no communication is happening. It's wonderful. What do you think about this? Here's a little souvenir Trucy wanted you to have. Aw, how sweet. I know, I'll hang it in my office. Hang it in my office once the case is closed. Ah, it's pretty creepy looking. We don't want to freak out clients. You have a point there. Maybe you should hang it in your room, Apollo. My room? I don't want this thing in there. I don't want it either. It has instant nightmare fuel written all over it. Well, Trucy got it for you, so stop trying to pawn it off on me. You know, the more I look at it, the more I wonder if these are your distant relatives. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Rude. Can I have it? No. You're getting good at this, Apollo. Remember, the way you present evidence in court can really have an impact on the trial. But your elbow angle's a little off. It should really be more like this. I'll be fine. I'll be more careful next time. Promise. Good. Any minute. I don't know if there's anything else he'll comment on. Superstitions? No. He's practicing the poem. It's the most important part of the job. The trophy in the back has Nick's beanie from Game 4. I was watching the two of you, and that's Charlie back there. I was watching the two of you this morning from the gallery. That was one tough day in court, to say the least. That face. Why that? What, Nick, why is that? What is that? I know I've never had to defend a yokai before. That business about the locked room is another major hurdle. Yeah, and on top of that, Jinxie was accused of being an accomplice. But at least he figured out how someone could have escaped that locked room. Oh, we just found out that our reasoning might be a tad flawed. Really? Well, that's bad news. Phoenix still hasn't told Paul and Trucy about Thalia. Oh, yeah, about their mom, right? Who was La Marauer. Are we going to get out of this one? How are we going to get out of it? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Force a smile. Yeah, my mentor taught me that back when I was still learning the trade. She also taught me to return to the basics whenever I got stuck. Return to the basics of CQC. That's right. Always believe in your client, no matter what happens. That is the lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon. The basics. Always believe in your client, huh? Athena? So, Mr. Wright, how long have you known Athena? I met her during a trip to Europe. Huh? You were in Europe? Why haven't I heard about this before? Yeah, I went there a few times to study the various legal systems over there. Also had a run-in with some kind of guy in a top hat. This is the whole situation. I was a baker for 7 years. Okay, wait a minute. I thought you worked as a pianist after you quit practicing law. I did, but an old friend of mine needed help with some legal work from time to time, so I made bread. Yeah. I guess you were never very far from the courtroom then. It was like fate brought us together. It's thanks to Mr. Wright that I became a lawyer at all. Ha ha ha. I knew she was lawyer material from the moment I met her. Dead inside. And I have high hopes for her ability to analyze people's emotions. Yeah, it's nothing special. Maybe I've underestimated that analytical psychology of hers. It's just, I thought that if my special ability could help defend innocent people, then I had to do everything in my power to bring it to the courtroom. That's when I really started hitting the books hard. I'm still amazed she actually became a lawyer. And at the tender age of 18, no less. That's almost superhuman. Or personal. Like she's trying to help somebody she knows. Alright. I'm totally pumped up after talking to you, Mr. Wright. It's like you said, the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. And don't forget to return to the basics whenever you get stuck. Keep believing in my client. Right. Mr. Wright? Yep. I'm gonna go visit our client again. I think that's a good idea. Alright, time to see what's new down at the detention center. How are they doing down there? Frame was prosecutor 13. Yep. Mayor Tenma, we wanted to talk to you about something. Kasha! Ka! So, my minions have returned. Apollo, he still thinks he's a yokai. I wonder if we'll ever be able to talk to Mayor Tenma again. Silence, peddler of the legal trade. Free me from these imprisoning walls with great haste. Wow. He's sounding more and more like a real demon with every sentence. I'm starting to wonder if we should even be helping him win his freedom. Still, we can't let Mayor Tenma stay possessed, you know what I mean? If you can clear me of these charges, I shall help in whatever manner I may. Ask of me what you will. Suppose it's worth a shot. Hello, evil demon Tenma Taro, I am a lawyer.
I was hoping you'd take a look at this. An offering to me, quite admirable. But the best thing you could offer me is to win me my freedom, Ka. Right, I'll do my best. There's a...
Were those feathers and tracks at the scene of the crime really your doing?
Indeed, the remnants of Tenmataro, king of the underworld they be. The day when I once again dominate the mortal world is at hand. Ka.
The prosecution claims the feathers and tracks were planted by Jinxie.
What's this? I must breach these walls and go defend my little Jinxie at once.
Huh? Mayor Tenma, is that you?
Well, now, Damien appears to still reside within this body. But I should have expected as much from a descendant of mine. Be silent now, Damien.
I guess a little thing like demonic possession won't stop a father's love for his daughter. You didn't kill Alderman Cubey, did you?
I have killed no one. The remnants of my presence have been misconstrued. The murderer is not I. For if I had slain that mortal, raging hellfire would have consumed him. Leaving naught but ash.
Yikes! So, you're saying there must have been somebody else there?
Hey, Isaac.
Abduction. When you have a Duffy doze in the courtroom. Abduction. Come to think of it, the mayor had mentioned he'd been clubbed with this statue. I better ask about this too. What do you remember? Detective Fulbright mentioned that you might have something new to tell me.
Indeed, I have.
I'd regurgitated this key but a short while ago. He aided it?
Behold, the key to the Forbidden Chamber.
Is regurgitation one of your demonic powers too?
Bah, I do not waste my powers on such parlor tricks. Take the key from the killer, did Damien, whereupon he swallowed it. He sought to bar the killer entry to the Forbidden Chamber.
He wanted to keep it shut tight.
But no fingerprints shall you find upon that key.
How do you know that? Wait, is that another one of your demonic powers then?
Foolish mortal, you would have me, Tenmataro, act as some asinine alchemist? I but asked the jailer and my will was done. Quite eagerly, I must add. Ka.
Always an honor to serve, your malevolence. Can we get that guard out of here? Guess I'm not the only one he scares the living daylights out of. Can we ask how you use this key? We couldn't find a keyhole anywhere in or around the door.
Curse that infernal door. But if I had known its manner of opening, long ago would I have made my return.
He has a point there. Maybe Jinxie knows something about how the whole thing works. Forbidden chamber key added to the court record. Don't wear gloves when you're handling it. And they also wanted me to ask about the statue.
What, might I ask, is that?
This statue was found at the scene. Someone hit Mayor Tenma over the head with it. It had been wrapped in a large cloth before the alderman's murder.
Let me see whether Damien knows about such a thing.
Yes, something wrapped in just such a cloth does he recall. A secret gift from Alderman Cubey, it would seem.
He, however, had not a chance to see it till now, for the cloth did conceal it.
Maybe the cloth fell off or was removed after the mayor was struck?
Of that, Damien does not know.
A secret gift, interesting. Maybe Jinxie knows something about it. I should question him about the blackmail letter too. See what he says when I show it to him. Thank you so much. There's a lot of the Destiny games have moments of like, you didn't say the right thing to the right person. So you're just running around in circles till you're like, let me go down the list. So I really do not mind when it's just like, I should ask about this as well. Like, thank you.
Why this? This is that accursed blackmail letter that was sent to Damien.
Oh yeah, and I do have the checklist that I keep forgetting I have. That is very nice. Yeah, whether or not he says it out loud, just being the like, did I do everything I can and should do? Very good. Somebody slipped it into the alderman's pocket. 4 or 5, yeah, I can imagine the later cases that get more complicated. Well, you believe someone, probably the killer, stole it from Mayor Tenma's briefcase. You wouldn't happen to know anything about it, that would you?
You have questions, do you? Very well, ask away, mortal.
Thank you for stream. Have a good one. Have a good snooze. Who placed this in the alderman's pocket?
Very few were they who knew the letter was in Damien's briefcase.
So whoever knew about the blackmail letter being in the mayor's briefcase is a potential suspect in its theft and placement in the alderman's pocket.
Could it have been his doing?
Mr. Mayor, I mean Mr. Taro, did you remember something?
Indeed, I did. There was but one other who knew of that letter. Damien's aide, Florent Lebel. Full knowledge of that briefcase's contents did that aide possess. Then he may be the blackmailer and the murderer we're looking for. That is preposterous. He's a most trusted advisor. He would never betray Damien. It seems like Mayor Tenma is a bit too trusting of those around him. Still, this is huge! Now we know who might have slipped that blackmail letter in the alderman's pocket. Look out, Florent Lebel. Here comes justice. Let's go find Mr. Lebel and rake him over the coals. Thanks for the help. You've just given us a major lead. Updated blackmail letter report. There's something that still bothers me. If Mr. Lebel is the killer, what could have motivated him to open the forbidden chamber? We should probably search it for clues. Only one problem, how do you open a locked door that doesn't have a keyhole? Let's go talk to Jinxie. Maybe she can help. So you. Is she down here? Is it just man? Hey, isn't that? Grr. You dare imprison me. Jinxie. She's acting really strange. That loathsome, no-good, nine-tailed fox. He shall know the terror that is mine and despair. Grr. Grr. You shall pat for this. You shall pat dearly, all of you. Jinxie, are you alright? Eek! Oh. Is that you, Mr. Demon Lawyer? Morning, Jinxie. Use your celly, mama? What? Morning? Isn't it already past noon? What am I doing here? Last I remember, I laid down to take a nap back at the manor. Oh no! It must have been the Makuragashi. Makuragashi? Ever wake after a restless night's sleep to find your pillow in an unusual place? Or that you've been sleeping on the floor or in the hallway? Well, it's that yokai's fault. The Makuragashi preys on people while they're asleep. A lot of sleep-based yokai, it seems. It sounds like you just need to be tucked in real tight, maybe a snug sleeping bag. Jinxie, how come you don't have any charms on your forehead? I don't? Oh, they must have fallen off. Without them, evil things can creep into me. I'd say we had more than adequate demonstration of that just now. I better reapply them. Jinxie, there's something we wanted to ask you. There was something I wanted to tell you, too. I remembered something else. You did? What was it? What do you remember? What do you remember? The common yokai, sleepwalking. Can you tell us what you remembered? Well, after the trial, I remembered lots of stuff. Makuragashi is named for its primary activity, flipping pillows. People who sleep in a room haunted by a Makuragashi often wake up to find their pillow has been flipped and is at their feet. Makuragashi is also known for other minor pranks such as running through ashes and leaving dirty footprints around the rooms they haunt. I feel like in ancient Japan, anytime anything weird happened, they're like, you have been cursed by a demon. It's like even if it was just for fun, it's just like, I don't know. I love mythology and folklore, and it's just very funny to be like, any weird random thing, anything that's not considered within the realms of like the social norms of the day. It's a demon! Same in Ireland, yeah, a lot of regions have just, they're like, that thing's weird, therefore spirits were here. Spirit, what do you mean? You sleep in a weird pose. This is the work of a foul beast. Yeah, what? But it won't churn, it's a hex. She's a witch. After the trial, I remembered lots of stuff. This existed for 100 years. It's a god, yeah. There was one thing I thought was really weird. I'm almost afraid to ask. Here it goes. Really what? That just sounds like having a husband like mine, though. Are you sure you're not married to a yokai? It's about the yokai feathers and tracks. They weren't there when I first opened the door. Wait, what? Are you sure? Uh-huh, my memory's crystal clear now. They were left at the crime scene after you found it. I mean, that makes sense for the timeline. Does it, though? I guess it makes sense for the timeline if he was wearing the disguise when he committed the murder, but as we saw in the opening cutscene, he was just wearing his normal suit when he stabbed him, and then put on the suit. So why would there be like a ton of feathers and blood? I mean, I guess if you walk through them, I guess it still works. But then if it wasn't the case at that time, then what happened?
This could spell major trouble, Apollo. Why? Because Jinxie's already accused of leaving the feathers and tracks at the scene. If they weren't there when she discovered the crime scene, it will totally fuel the claim that she fabricated the evidence later on. Jinxie's fuzzy memory of the whole incident is really working against us. The prosecution will probably say she doesn't remember planting the evidence. Good luck rebutting that. Oh man, this is not good. Sure hope she didn't plant the evidence while she was sleepwalking or something. Jinxie, you wouldn't happen to know how to open the Forbidden Chamber, would you? That door doesn't even have a keyhole. It's supposed to have a secret mechanism. They say you have to figure it out before the keyhole will appear.
Like a puzzle?
A secret mechanism? Really? Uh-huh, it's hidden in the Fox Chamber. But only Alderman QB knew what it was and how it worked. The Alderman of Ninetails Vale sure loved his secrets. Apollo! Let's go see if we can find that secret mechanism. Whoa, slow down. There's something else I need to ask about. Jinxie, is there only one key to the Forbidden Chamber? Uh-huh. Even the Manor's Master Key won't open it. That's because it's a very special room that must never be opened. Guess that means nobody entered the Forbidden Chamber after the murder. We know Mayor Tenma took the key from the killer and swallowed it, so the mayor's efforts to keep the killer out of the Forbidden Chamber were not in vain. Only one of its kind.
She reminds me of a puzzle.
Is there anything else supposed to show her? You really are a demon lawyer. You must know Emadiah, the appraiser of souls. Yeah. Knowing about this? Alderman QB made that statue. It's a token of goodwill. I think it was meant to be for Ninetails Vale and Tenma Town. A token of goodwill that shows their mascots fighting? The two yokai are fighting. Fighting? I see what you mean. The cup portion is missing. Oh? This statue... Oh. Originally depicted the two yokai holding up a cup in celebration. But it sure doesn't look that way now, does it? Huh. Maybe it broke when it was used to hit Mayor Tenma on the head. But then the blood on their hands? That would explain it. Guess it's the only two people who knew what it really looked like were the Alderman and I. Now it's just me, but its symbol of goodwill will be forever etched in my mind. Huh.
Everyone asks for a little grub.
Share a cup. Is there anything else we should know about Jinxie? No, that's about it. Thanks for the hydrate.
My bracelet, it's reacting.
Jinxie? You wouldn't happen to be...
In justice we trust.
A ghost! Detective Fulbright, what are you doing here?
I have business with this young lady, if you must know.
I really like that they actually, animated the thing on his head. Prosecutor Blackquill has asked me to question her. Question me? Sorry, not interested. Are you here to ask about that whole yokai affair?
That's right, specifically want to ask. But I can't tell you that now, can I?
Haha. Come on, please, we're partners in justice, right?
No. Prosecutor Blackquill specifically told me my questions were of the utmost justice. I will not fall for your lies. In justice we trust.
The Twisted Samurai sure has him on a short leash. So, you're not a ghost, maybe some sort of urban troll then?
Now come along, Miss Tenma, to the station with you.
He took her away. Missed my chance to see what she was lying about. Well, at least we found out there's a secret mechanism for opening the chamber.
Let's go check it out. Just hope they let us in now. AFA Tao, thanks for the raid.
April 18th.
Oh.
His hair is now blue! What an absolutely fabulous scent. I'm so glad I had these carnations imported from England. Nothing but the finest will do. Perhaps I should place one aside for our dearly departed alderman. Hey, it's Mr. LaBelle. Apollo, let's ask him about the you-know-what. Oh yeah, before we search the Fox Chamber, we should ask about the blackmail letter. Why, if it isn't the mayor's little lawyers, what do you want with me? There's something we wanted to ask. Where's that ringing coming from? You'll have to excuse me. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's incredible character design. Hello, LaBelle here. What the? Those things on his shoulders are cell phones? Yes, about that. You must forgive me. This whole matter with Mayor Tenma has been a complete nightmare. Where do you buy clothes like that? It's practical. Surprised? This is my own special design. It's the ultimate in functional beauty. Functional beauty. Are you sure about that? It's a bit unwieldy to me. Aha. You simply don't have an eye for beauty. If having an eye for beauty means looking like this guy, I'd rather be blind. Damn, Apollo! So what do you want with me? I am a lawyer. Yes, do you always go around sticking your hand in other people's faces? No, I just wanted to show you this. Yes, you do have something in that grimy paw of yours. I only have eyes for things of beauty. Now, if you would excuse me, guess I'm gonna look at stuff that interests him. This is pretty beautiful. Nope. What about the mask? What about the key? Okay, no. What about the note? The letter? What is that? It's the blackmail letter, but it wasn't sent to Alderman Cuby. It was sent to Mayor Tenma. Why would you say that? We're to understand he's one of the only other people that knows about it, but we just told him what it is. So we've lost our advantage, Apollo. Your point being? Someone took the letter from the mayor's briefcase. Why to show him that? I mean, I thought they'd have something to say about it. I just didn't expect Apollo to be like, I'm gonna tell you what this is. Stop teasing the flower. Yeah, it's bad. And then placed it in the alderman's pocket after he was murdered. Oh, you don't say. You wouldn't happen to be the one who made the switch, would you? Apollo's just shooting his shot. After all, you're the only one who knew that the blackmail letter was in his briefcase. Naturally, you... Perhaps that shot of cologne will make those scales fall from your eyes. Or my eyes fall from their sockets. Is it possible you would like to frame me as a potential suspect? What would make you raise such an outrageous allegation in the first place? Yeah, well... My only crime is being born as beautiful as you see here. In other words, you have nothing. Now, let me show you what to do with this garbage. Oh. You can't destroy evidence like that. What do you mean I can't? I just did. Aha! Feel a little lighter now? You've just won a one-way trip to the top of my most annoying people ever list, buddy. Oh, it's gone. Maybe I should stop showing him evidence then. It's just gonna destroy it all. Both Jinxie and Mr. Filch said they saw Tenma Taro. Well, what about you, Mr. LaBelle? If you were in the foyer, why didn't you see... Oh, very well, I admit it. That's right, I, Florent LaBelle, saw the demon Tenma Taro. So he did see something. Why did you lie about not seeing him? I was simply trying to protect dear little Jinxie. Protect Jinxie, what do you mean? Why, don't tell me you haven't heard of that strange little habit of hers. Which one are we talking about? The one where she wanders around making mischief without knowing what she's doing? Rumor has it she's possessed by Tenma Taro. That one's new to me. Oh, well, there you have it. Anytime you hear about a Tenma Taro sighting, little Jinxie should be your prime suspect. Tell us more about that rumor. So what was that rumor about Jinxie? They say she's possessed. Not all the time, of course. It hits suddenly, then she starts wandering around doing strange things. Is that so? Well, come to think of it. That loathsome, no-good, nine-tailed fox. He shall know the terror that is mine and despair. Yeah, man. She's a shrine maiden, not a nun. That certainly would explain how she was acting earlier. It's not a habit. Once, she even put on a Tenma Taro costume and wandered around the woods at night. She did. The flashback of 10 seconds ago. That's just an Ace Attorney staple. I wish I never asked. Why did they pour their precious animation budget into that? It's great. I'm just like, holy shit. Does she remember anything while she's possessed? Who was witnessing that? He was in the bushes writing down detailed notes. Unfortunately, no, she doesn't seem to remember a thing during these episodes. Memory lost during possession, huh? Come to think of it, her memory of the murder scene was quite fuzzy. I suppose that too was caused by her possession. Then maybe... So you do understand that whole yokai business was entirely of her own making. Now wait a minute. Although that yokai evidence wasn't there until after she discovered the crime scene. Did she leave those black feathers and strange tracks there herself? Apollo, let's ask Mayor Tenma about Jinxie's episodes next time we talk with him. Are we done with your silly questions now? I'm a very busy man, you know. I guess that's it for now. Hello, LaBelle speaking. Really? You wish to carry my new product at your store? Oh, but I'm afraid it's my own private brand. It's not available to the public. What? Then I shouldn't advertise it on TV, but I don't understand. As the embodiment of beauty, it's my duty to announce my good looks to the world. Stop the bus. I'm getting off. He advertises his cologne on TV and then says, it's mine, you can't have it. Everyone wants my exclusive Je suis LaBelle brand products. It's the crown jewel of my collection, born of my long, relentless pursuit of beauty. But now that it's become so popular, it's been an absolute nightmare. I think we're gonna have to kill this guy, Apollo. Damn. You don't say. They can't have it. It's just for me. It's not meant for you peasants. Peasants? This is my latest product. I'm calling it Color Me LaBelle. Hair color. A dazzling hair color that you can wash out with just water. Guess that means you can't sweat. I have 7 colors in all. You can find out more in my commercials and magazine ads. Yet it's not available to the public. Great sales strategy there, genius. How? Come to think of it, Mr. LaBelle, your hair color has changed since the last time we met. The little lady has quite the discerning eye. Here's a little sample. Consider it a gift for one who truly appreciates beauty. Oh, Apollo, what should I do? Better take it before you get a face full of cologne. Good point. Wow, thanks, Mr. LaBelle. Color Me LaBelle added to the court record. Okay, let's head over to the Fox Chamber. Are we gonna find some hair dye somewhere and it's like, it has to be from LaBelle because no one else has access to this thing? Because that's where it seems to be headed, and that's pretty stupid. We gotta find the secret mechanism for opening the Forbidden Chamber. The Forbidden what now? Gotta go. See ya. Here, take a bottle. No one else can have it. Okay, let's find that secret mechanism for opening the Forbidden Chamber. Oh, this is so exciting. I can't wait to see how it works. But do you really think the killer entered the Forbidden Chamber? We'll just have to open it to find out. We should also see if there was anywhere the killer could have hid in this room. I was thinking maybe he hid inside the Tanuki statue that broke. Anyway, let's get started. Apurate, Apollo, apurate. Dudes. The smoking gun's gonna be dumb, yeah. I think they have a few. So the crime scene was locked tight at the time. This is a tough one. How does it taste? The only people in the locked room were the deceased, the alderman, and the mayor. Maybe the killer hid somewhere in that room. Is there really anywhere to hide in the Fox Chamber? That was quite a day in court. The news just can't stop talking about how the demon Tenma Taro made an appearance. There's never an exorcist around when you need one. I heard the judge actually held an exorcism in his courtroom after that. Good. Let's hope it's the last we'll see of that pain in the neck yokai. I don't know, I have a feeling Tenma Taro could exorcise an exorcist. As an attorney dealing with defending a demon, I know exactly how that feels. I wonder if I can look at the broken statue again. No, I can't? Okay, cool. 2 foxes standing back to back are depicted on this elegant folding screen. This has something to do with the keyhole? Wait a minute. 2 foxes? There are 2 fox statues in front of the Forbidden Chamber as well. Oh. Maybe the keyhole will appear if we do something to this folding screen.
but I don't see anything unusual about it. Well, it does have 2 foxes on it, and there are 2 fox statues in front of the door. Maybe there's a clue somewhere in this room. Let's turn the whole place upside down. She's excited as a kid in a candy store. 2 foxes inside of you. There's a carving of the 9-tailed fox over the door and statues on either side. The way those 2 statues are glaring, it's like they're guarding the door from us. Come to think of it, there are 2 foxes on the folding screen as well. It can't be coincidence, can it? I mean, it absolutely could. Hey, the statue moves! Don't get carried away now. I mean, who knows? It might trigger a trap. I can handle it. If a spear comes shooting my way, I'll snatch it out of the air. After all, I have the reflexes of a regular karate kid. I guess if you can catch something that fast out of midair, you can accomplish anything. There's 2 foxes on the floor. There's 2 of them? Still, there's the hydrate. What do you have, 2 foxes? Knives! No! There might be something to the fact that the fox statues rotate. Maybe there's something around here that shows the position they should be in. I don't know about that. What do the 2 foxes say? They go, ah! Still no keyhole. None. And the door won't budge, just like those spiky bangs of yours. Well, all it takes is some water, but I don't think that would work on the door. Oh, I know. I'll break it down with a body slam. Ha ha ha. I seriously doubt you could do that. How do you know if I haven't even tried? No, wait, don't. As much as you hate losing, Athena, I think the door would win this match. Stab it. How do I rotate? There's a carving. Yeah, yes. Can't be coincidence. Okay. Alright. Okay, alright. I guess I should finish looking at everything. Yep. Oh, I see your voice on the door. She kind of reminds me a bit of Emmy from the Leighton prequels. She wears yellow, she likes body slamming things, and suplexing cops. It's a fair amount in common between them. Maybe the killer hid under this table. That'd be a terrible hiding place. The alderman's body would have been right above. Maybe you're right. Guess the underside's a bit. Wait, there's something under the table. Let's check it out. I need to, oh, what? How come we didn't see that before? The cup. Hey, look, there's something down here. It looks like a piece of something. My question is, a piece of what? I know. It's a piece of this statue. Remember what Jinxie said? What's discovery? I don't think they discovered it either. No one looked under the table. The statue originally depicted 2 yokai holding a cup, a symbol of goodwill. This piece broke off and rolled under the table. How many times is this evidence gonna update? Okay. Well, I can't think of anywhere else to look. You find anything, Apollo? I'll never find the keyhole to the forbidden chamber at this rate. There's something about that folding screen. You know how those fox statues in front of the forbidden chamber move? That screen might be a clue as to how we're supposed to position them, or something. I bet you're right. Let's go over that screen with a fine-tooth comb. I'm supposed to look at it again. Whoa. There's a cliff outside the window, makes it pretty impossible to get out this way. This is jamming. When you hear things like that, it just makes me want to try. Never say never, right? I bet you could get out this way. Wait, don't you have a death? Do you have a death wish or something? It won't even open wide enough for me to squeeze through. Guess I lost that bet. That loss just saved your life. Stab it. This statue originally depicted the 2 yokai holding up a cup in a gesture of goodwill. Maybe QB was planning on smoothing things over with Tenma. He was murdered instead. By somebody who intervened. Mayor was only pursuing the municipal merger because he'd been blackmailed. Who knows? If this murder hadn't occurred, maybe they could have come up with a solution. So I was gonna show him, make it the keyhole up here. There you go. Better take a look behind this door, too. Oh, look, the doorknob's banged into the wall. Made a big dent, too. That wouldn't have happened if the killer had been hiding there. Right. Guess that rolls out the old hide behind the door trick. Or does it? Or did I?
Just remembered this mystery novel I once read. The murder occurred in a locked room, and the perpetrator made sure to hide behind the room's door when it was open. Then, when no one was looking, he made his escape. You could probably fit inside one of those little guys. A clever trick would have been impossible in this case. See this broken Tanuki statue here? The door must have banged into it when it was open. I get it, the killer couldn't have been there because of the statue.
Yeah, I guess.
On closer inspection, I think there's more to this screen than meets the eye. How many times are we gonna say this? Let's check every last inch of it. I can rotate the folding screen with the stick. And if I spot anything of interest, I can press A on it to inspect it further. You can zoom with the buttons to get a better look. Let's check every last inch of it. Wow, wow, wow. Well, look at that. It's a picture of a key. That shape looks awfully familiar. Oh, I know. It's shaped like the Forbidden Chamber's key. We're definitely getting warmer. What about the keyholes in the middle? What's this? Looks like a keyhole or something. Think it'd be the keyhole to the Forbidden Chamber. Wait, what about that key drawn on the end of the screen? You think the two are related? A key and a keyhole? Nah. Oh, I just got an idea. We fold the screen up just right, the key and the keyhole should overlap. I think you're right. Let's give it a try. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're gonna do... Oh. Well then. Look, a door. Yeah, and it's open too. The two foxes are now facing each other. So, what if we made those fox statues face each other? I wonder what this means. There's a good puzzle. Let's check out the two statues. Okay, help me move the two statues so they face each other, just like on the screen. Oh, look! A lock appeared. Now I can use that key. Okay, here goes nothing. I hope there's actually a demon in there. That'd be awesome. It worked! Time to see why this chamber's so forbidden. What secrets could it hold, I wonder? April 18th. Forbidden chamber. These doors need some serious oil. Ah! That was like nails on a chalkboard. All right. Forgot about those super good ears of yours. Oh, look at the evidence. Look, more feathers. Oh my god! Whoa, that's rad. Eek! What the heck is that? Is that a Temataro statue? But there's something odd about it. Ugh. All I know is I don't like it, but I can't explain why. You okay, Athena? You look kind of pale. You're not scared, are you? Of this thing? Don't make me laugh. Hey, who? Really? Hey, look! What? What is it? Over there on the left. There's a bunch of staves on that rack. And one of them's missing. They look like the staff we saw earlier. You mean the one Jinxie said she saw Temataro carrying? Yeah, I bet our Temataro impersonator really did come in here at some point. What are we waiting for? Let's search the place. No, we should probably leave. Oh. Spooky. Hey, look at that. Oh, look. There's an air vent here, too. Guess even Forbidden Chambers need proper ventilation. I don't think anyone could reach this one either. And there's nothing to stand on around here. Wonder where this vent leads. Well, the Fox Chamber's vent didn't branch this way, so maybe it doesn't have anything to do with this case after all. Then why have a vent in the corner? Whoa, that's one big statue. Must be something like 15 feet tall. And look, this Temataro has a staff. The Temataro on the scroll didn't have one. I wonder why. I feel like this could be significant, but why? Whoever came in here wasn't familiar with the original myth and just assumed he carried a staff because the statue was carrying one? Let's take a closer look. First, to go around this table here. Apollo, are you sure that's a good idea? Hey, it looks like there's some sort of compartment in the base of the statue. Don't open it! Who knows what might be in there? It's just a big empty compartment. And from all the dust and cobwebs, I'd say it hasn't been opened in a really long time. That's enough, Apollo. Let's shut it in. Wait, there is something in here. Oh, a little guy. Some sort of figure. But it's so dusty, I can't tell what it's supposed to be. Wonder what it's doing here. I hope it's cursed. Been there for some time. Little gremlin man. The statue is also cursed. A stone lantern. Like those Japanese garden lamps? Where's the switch? Lamps like these are lit by fire, not electricity. There's no switch. Oh, here it is. What? It was hidden out of sight. I see Temetaro's cell has been outfitted with all the amenities a yokai could want. Beans? Beans. Watch me nothing in the case and just curses us. It never comes up again, and then he's like, I don't feel well. And then the courthouse explodes. There's a bunch of staves here, looks like one's missing. The ones Jinxie saw must have taken it. I have to agree, these look like the one Detective Fulbright showed us. But I think there's so many here. Maybe they're spares? Temetaro might be, you know, absent-minded or something? The fact that he has a spare staves handy, well, shows that he's aware of his faults and is trying to deal with them. Or at least that's my take on it. Maybe this will remind her to deal with her own faults. But I won't hold my breath. Damn, Apollo, you met her like yesterday. Or was that still today? Looks like an old scroll, and there's something drawn on it. Unless I'm mistaken, looks like an old guy. Some sort of monk, maybe? A monk? What are you talking about? You know, people that take walks in the mountains as a form of spiritual training. Wouldn't that just be a hiker? The guy in this picture doesn't look like he's doing this for fun, Athena. Look, there's some yellow thing strapped to his back. Yep. Okay, it was cursed. Stinky old cheese. It's turning into Tenmataro! Oh, the origin of the beast. What's this scroll getting at? Is this how Temetaro was born? Sacred ambergris. Whatever it is, definitely creepy. Here hath Temetaro been imprisoned. Looks like a gravestone or something. It reads, here lies Temetaro, age 80. Oh. Cause of death, choked on a chicken bone. Oh. Say it ain't so! Besides, that sounds more like an autopsy report than an epitaph if you ask me. You're joking around because you're scared. It's your coping mechanism. I'm not scared! Freak out central right here, baby. Cut it out, widget! Denial's strong in this one. Good. Black feathers. They look exactly like the ones in the fox chamber. That means the killer must have been in here at some point. The question is, why? Maybe the Temetaro costume was hidden in here? I mean, if someone carried it through the manor, it would have stuck out like a sore thumb. When did the killer get in here? The mayor snatched the forbidden chamber key when the killer hit him on the head. That means the killer could have only gotten in here before the murder. This is one tough riddle, all right. I mean, the alderman was knocked out by the poisoned cup of Joe. So, could be it was not premeditated murder. Maybe he wasn't expecting Tenma to be there. And so he knocked out with the sleeping goop, the alderman, and then came in here. He had to knock out the mayor. And on his way out was like, oops, guess I gotta go stabbing. I don't know. This is one tough riddle. English written in this ancient Japanese tomb. Japanese tomb? We're in California. What do you mean? What's this? Whatever it is, the packaging is really gaudy. And the fact that there's no dust on it means it hasn't been here very long. Oh, it's hand cream. Let's see what brand it is. Je suis le belle! What the? But then, wouldn't that mean Mr. LaBelle was here? Huh? I guess so, but why? Well, whoever was dressed up like Temetaro must have taken a staff from here in the Forbidden Chamber. And they smelled terrible. That same person probably dropped this hand cream at that time. In other words, the Temetaro impersonator we're looking for is none other than... Florent LaBelle. What are the chances that our ultimate suspect has their own branded product line that only they have access to, solely so it can incriminate them? It's really lucky for us. This might be a big break for us in court tomorrow. All I have to do is get the truth out of Mayor Tenma. And cream out of the record. Guess that about wraps it up. What now? We should probably talk to some of the witnesses again. You mean like Mr. Filch and Jinxie? Yeah, I really want to ask Mr. Filch about the village superstitions in Temataro. Where is he? Is he in the foyer? His hubris is so big he hasn't bothered to cover strong, I guess. His hubris is as big as his shoulder pads. It's the curse of Temataro. You outsiders are ignoring them superstitions at our peril. Mind your own business, will you? It was the French all along. France. What's all this about a curse? Temataro's gonna curse all of us unless you stop sticking your nose where it don't belong. Stop the investigation, listen to what them superstitions say. Right, how about obeying the law before you go obeying the superstitions? Huh? Hey, what are you doing with Widget around your neck? He's mine. You know better than going on stealing people's stuff like that. The same goes for my bracelet. Sorry, I promise I won't do it again. Phil. He almost kidnapped my sweet little Widget. The big jerk. I'm sorry. I guess you can't teach an old raccoon dog new tricks. Tanuki dog. As long as we have him here, I guess we should ask him about what happened. Oh, yeah. The Tanuki balls on this guy. Bigger than his entire body. I can't believe he did that. It's one thing to steal a pair of shoes, but to steal a Widget? Grr. Yipes. Mercy. I can't seem to control myself. It's that thieving blood running in my veins. Thieving blood? What's that supposed to mean? Does he come from a long line of Tanukis? Glad you asked. The infamous bandit Azuki Kozo was my grandpappy. Take a gander at this. My God. Did his grandfather steal something valuable from the Forbidden Chamber and leave that as his calling card? That's amazing. What exactly am I looking at? Looks like another yokai to me. No other than the Azuki Kozo. Robbed from the rich to give to the poor, he did. And he leave one of these figures at the scene of the crime. What's more, I'm his grandson because he was my grandpappy. You don't say. Thieves' honor, it's the honest truth. The sloshing sound of Azuki beans scraping together in the dead of night. It's the magical sound of dirty money getting washed clean for giving out to the poor. I'm Azuki Kozo, washer of money, giver outer of wealth, reborn. Forget the money. You should be washing yourself of this nasty habit. Wait a second. This figure looks familiar. It looks just like that old Dusty figure we found at the Forbidden Chamber. Updated Forbidden Chamber report. Real quick, I need to show, I reminded myself. Updated autopsy report reminded me of Edgeworth, which reminded me of an incredible JPEG someone shared with me on twitter.com. Let me find it real quick. There it is. Someone said, hey guys, I've had something really important I need to share with you all. And this was the tweet. It was this. And it seemed appropriate to share it with you all. Why? No thank you. There's also one of Sissel. Meaning what? Edgeworth was killed by Baya? Edgeworth Big Naturals when? Anyway. Peak physique. Oh yeah, he's Jack. Hey! What are you doing with that there figure? Oh, this? We found it in the Forbidden Chamber. Looks like it'd been there practically forever. Yeah, it could mean my grandpappy broke into the Forbidden Chamber way back. That reminds me, he once told me there's a treasure in that there chamber. Treasure? Can I make the emote? No. What do you know about the treasure in the Forbidden Chamber? Yeah, only that's the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe. That is important. Grandpappy told me all about it. Said there's amazing treasure in there. There's something amazing in there. Didn't see anything like that, though. Your grandfather didn't by chance already steal it, did he? Seeing how there was one of his figures in there, that just might be. Yeah, that's Grandpappy for you. But he washed that treasure up real good before handing it out to the poor. Well, of course. Because he was so righteous. In court, you mentioned seeing Tenmataro near the scene of the crime. Sorry I didn't come clean right away, but them superstitions got the better of me. People in Ninetales Vale sure seem like a superstitious bunch. I'm not surprised you wouldn't want to talk about seeing Tenmataro. Darn right, them superstitions scare me out of my wits, I tell you. That's why I'm gonna do exactly what they say from now on. You plan on staying here in Ninetales Vale? Yep, I'm gonna keep living right here and keep with the old ways, just like Grandpappy did. Them superstitions are like a rule book for me. So you're saying you actually believe in those old wives' tales? Ain't you been listening to a word I said? You're gonna do exactly what them superstitions say? Well, I say that's baloney. This?
Take that!
It's clearly written right here, ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it, your immediate departure from the village. So according to this, you shouldn't even be here, let alone talking with us. You said you plan on staying right here in Ninetales Vale, but if you really believed in the superstitions, you would have been long gone by now. I know you've been lying to me. Time to come clean, Mr. Filch. Yipes. Oh, we got him. You were lying about believing in the superstitions, weren't you? Sorry, but I didn't have no choice. What was the real reason why you couldn't talk about seeing Tenmataro? It's all that pretty boy's fault, Mr. LaBelle, if you know what I mean. He told me not to say a word about seeing Tenmataro. So if I did, he'd do to me what them superstitions said would happen. It was Mr. LaBelle who muzzled you? Why would Mr. LaBelle want to scare you into silence? He was trying to protect that little maid gal. It was on account of that rumor, the one about her being possessed. That rumor again. I guess we really do have to talk to Mayor Tim about the possession rumor. Hey, watch it! Village superstition stolen by Phineas Filch. I'll be taking this back now. Kind of like family to me. He could have just asked instead of stealing it. No fun in that. Was that all we wanted to ask Mr. Filch? Yeah, I think that was it. Let's go see Mr. Tenmataro one more time. Just thinking about dealing with that yokai again makes me want to say pass. Yes. Yeah, let's get out of here. One other change that's really nice. I actually don't remember if it was in the Apollo Justice game, but having the move screen also have a snapshot of the image instead of just here's a grid of names. Just makes it a little bit smoother to move around. Yeah, back. It's well, I mean, I appreciate it. It's less stuff to worry about once it's used up its use. Lord Tenma, your attorneys are here to see you, your malevolence. They all had images in the last one. You might be right. I just forgot. They've always had images. Didn't the DS ones just have text? I'm like 99% sure it was just text. Why are you speaking like that? I have it. Let me see. It was just activating on there yet. Am I just totally misremembering? When it was selected, there was an image. Oh, maybe that's what I'm figuring. Let's get Quincy. Well, at least having them all immediately visible without having to select it. Maybe that's what my brain wanted to say. Until this game. Oh my god. I mean, he's kind of rocking the look. He's kind of rocking the look. Is this some weird trend where people are just drawing them in Maya's clothes? It's good. There he is. We're good. Nice. So chill. That looks cool, right? The ball ornament on top, yeah, on the top of his spiky hair. It's cool. Hey. Been around a long time, gotcha. Mayor Temba, you've returned. Yes, well, Jinxie came by earlier to apply a new charm to my head. It seems to be suppressing the demon within me. That's a relief. Maybe we'll actually get somewhere this time. What can I do for you today? We'd like to ask about the rumor that Jinxie is possessed. She allegedly left the yokai evidence at the scene while under a demon's power. That's what the prosecution's gonna claim at tomorrow's trial. Heh. Huh?
Car! No match is this warding charm for me.
The charm! Temataro's back!
Those foolish mortals, they shall regret blaming that child for my doings.
I blew it! That question brought that yokai back. And he probably won't drop the act until Jinxie's name is cleared either. Yeah, crap. God damn it. Maya summoned them. Yeah. We'd like to ask you about something your aide Florent LaBelle mentioned. Did you know Jinxie is rumored to be possessed?
I know not of what you speak.
You're not trying to protect Jinxie, are you?
I, Tenmataro, demon lord of the yokai, protect a mere mortal? Ka! No affections do I possess for your race of humans.
Police already proved that there was a third party disguised as yokai at the scene. If you deny that tomorrow, we'll never be able to clear Mayor Tenma's name.
But I have already told you, I know not of what you speak.
I don't think we'll get anything more out of him. It's all over unless we can somehow prove that Jinxie didn't plant that yokai evidence. Hey, Apollon, I think I've got this one. I think I can prove that she didn't do it. Really? Sure. I should be able to use psychology to explain that whole possession thing. Knock yourself out then. Tina's really something. I can really counter her when it counts. The real story. Mayor Tenma, Jinxie isn't possessed. I believe her so-called possession episodes are a form of somnambulism. Somnambulism? You mean sleepwalking? Yes, I believe she's exhibiting a rare form of the disorder. It's usually brought on by repressed stress. Mr. Mayor, didn't her symptoms start soon after she began her job in Ninetails Vale? When the child visited last, she did speak of dreading yokai and how they rob her of her sleep each night. I knew it. That lack of sleep is causing her to enter an unconscious state. And that means she can't be trying to protect you, at least not on a conscious level. So then the Temataro that was spotted at the manor wasn't Jinxie.
Sleepwalking, eh? That would indeed explain the matter.
Look, he's back. It's left the mayor's body. Can you tell us the truth now, Mayor Tenma?
Very well. It's the least I could do for a superb exorcist such as you.
Yeah. We just with the power of psychology. He's back. Mayor Tenma, you didn't leave those feathers and tracks at the scene, did you?
I did not. Neither I nor Jinxie have anything to do with that. That was the killer's doing, no doubt.
I knew it. You suspect Florence is behind all this?
But why? Did he really want Ninetails Vale that badly?
You think of any reason why?
Looking back, he did seem fixated on Tenmataro for a spell. Could it be?
Maybe the secret treasure was like a really good scent.
Perhaps he was attempting to release Tenmataro.
That's crazy. You saying that yokai is real?
Whatever the case, Tenmataro brings nothing but pain and misfortune. It's as the superstitions warn, you must not gaze upon him, nor free him from his prison.
But how can people actually believe that? Well, at least we know who's behind this whole Tenmataro thing now. I think we need to have another nice long chat with Mr. LaBelle. Your dinner is ready, your malevolence?
Ah, an offering to the Demon King. You may place it right here.
The kitchen crew poured their heart and soul into making it.
Did they now? Souls happen to be a favorite of mine. Just hold the hearts next time. Ka.
Yes, your malevolence, I'll remember that. How long is he planning to keep up this yokai charade? Well, we've already talked to Mr. Filch and Mayor Tenma, so why don't we go see Florent LaBelle next? Now we know the truth. You won't be able to claim that the Tenmataro was Jinxie or the mayor anymore. The real question is, how are we gonna get him to admit it was him? In court, rather than just approaching him randomly, where he can run away? Okay, now let's practice that again, Filchy, from the top. Yeah, Mr. LaBelle was in the foyer at the time of the crime. And when we, heard a scream, heck. What was the next part again? You have the memory capacity of a flea. This is the 30th time, you know. Now 100 times more and we're done. What on earth are they practicing? What do you think, Apollo? Oh, I ain't cut out for this. Whoopsie daisy. Ow. Oh, begging your pardon, Mr. LaBelle, sir. It's just all this practice. Yikes. Unbelievable. What if you had sullied my outfit with those grubby paws of yours? Did Filch LaBelle's wallet just now? So, what do you think they're up to this time, Apollo? Oh, it's you two. Eavesdropping, are we? You peasants are so tacky. Well, what do you want with me? Your confession of being the Temataro imposter would be a nice right about now? Talk! Mr. Filch, fill me in on a conversation you two had about how you told him not to say a word about seeing Temataro. Filch, you fool! I told you nothing good would come of you running your mouth. So why'd you want to keep Mr. Filch quiet like that, Mr. LaBelle? Killer says what? Why, to protect darling little Jinxie, of course. But Jinxie was never really possessed. She was sleepwalking. Being asleep at the time, she couldn't have been consciously trying to protect the mayor. That also means she couldn't have possibly been Temataro. Interesting, but where are you going with this? Since you asked so politely, I believe you have a different reason for trying to keep Mr. Filch quiet. That reason would be to deflect out away from the one who was really Temataro. Now this is getting interesting. Are you insinuating that I'm Temataro? I'm sorry to disappoint, but I have nothing of the sort. That's right, Mr. LaBelle even told me Temataro was a jinx, so I would yow wow wow. I said Temataro was Jinxie, you fool. Honestly, you have the memory capacity of a flea. Practice it 100 more times. Yipes. So, have you been called to testify tomorrow? Yes, and I'm so looking forward to my courtroom debut. But you'll just have to wait until then. I'll be waiting with a special piece of evidence I've been saving just for you. Filchy, wake up, you lazy bones. Yeah, where? Was I sleeping? Yeah. Must have been that sweet cologne of yours, Mr. LaBelle. Made me right sleepy, it did. Well, it's time for your lesson on what to do and say tomorrow. Oh, I'm begging you, not another lesson. I ain't cut out for this stinking remembering stuff. They're having this conversation in front of us. Thank you for the hydrate. Right up the schnozzler. Keep quiet and do exactly as I say. No, please, anything but another lesson. There they go. Athena's cringe face has not lost its impact on me. And it's so fitting almost every conversation in this game when it just cuts to her and she has that face. It's just like, yep. Yeah, no, that's real. Missed our chance to get the truth out of him. Yeah, we'll get the proof we need in court tomorrow, one way or another. All that's left now is that lie Jinxie told. Better go clear that up before tomorrow. Think they're done questioning Jinxie? Maybe. And see if she's over on Yokai Lane shopping for more charms. I almost burst out laughing on a phone call when you put the My Assist on screen. Hey, Bright, Yokai Lane. Accursed nine-tailed fox, the time for settling the score is nigh. My grudge, etc. Grrr. She must be possessed or sleepwalking again. My grudge has but festered over time. At last, vengeance will be mine. Maybe if I speak softly, I won't startle her and get a charm plastered on my forehead. Psst, Jinxie. Huh? Oh, hello, Mr. Demon Lawyer. Oh, my charms must have fallen off again. Phew. Guess I can avoid a charm slap by toning down my cords of steel. Are they done questioning you, Jinxie? Uh-huh. And on the way back, I stopped here to buy a new charm that was just released. Yeah, which one? The one with the nine-tailed fox and Temataro. It shows them dancing together. Are they dancing, or...? Really? Two bitter rivals dancing together? Uh-huh, it's a charm for rebuilding burnt bridges. Alright, for the municipal merger issue. No, it's for the demon lawyer and the insomniac prosecutor. It'll stop you two from fighting like you did in court this morning. We weren't fighting, it was just a spirited debate. It's what we did. It's how lawyers communicate. Wake up, babe. New charm just dropped. No fighting.
Charm slapped again.
Apollo, if you're done playing around, let's find out what she was lying about.
What do you remember?
Jinxie, it seems like you're starting to remember. You already said the feathers and tracks weren't there when you discovered the crime. Have you remembered anything else that seems important? Like what? Tell us what you saw that day. Maybe you'll remember something else this time. When I opened the door, Papa and Alderman QB were collapsed in the Fox chamber. That's when Papa told me to call an ambulance and the police. That's all he said before he passed out in the chair.
I know it. She's holding something back.
Oh,
It's time to perceive with my special eyes.
that's all she said. Well, I feel like it's this. Oh, it stopped wiggling. The charm stopped wiggling. Make a perception check. Natural 20. Do it again. It's wiggling.
Gotcha!
My brand.
You were very nervous when you said, "That's all he said," weren't you? I know because I saw your fingers move as if you were going to slap someone with a charm. Listen to me, Jinxie. This is very important. Did Mayor Tenma say anything else to you? It was nothing. He was just talking in his sleep. Talking in his sleep? So you admit that he did say something else. How could you tell? Only a demon could have such powers. I have special eyes. Rolled a 3, but got a 40 perception anyway. It was a very, very dirty 20. What do you remember? Thank you, chat. Like I said, he was just talking in his sleep. Why else would Papa say something like that? Could you be a little more specific? Before he fainted, he said, "Forgive me, Jinxie. I killed Alderman QB." Oh. Well, that complicates the case a little bit. Wait, maybe he thinks he poisoned him because maybe the poison. Did they say the poison was in the coffee cup that fell over? I was like, maybe it was in the dish from the statue, and he was like, "It's a gift. Let us toast to it." And then he drank from it, and he passed out, and he was like, "Oh no, he's dead." And then he got bonked. But it's actually got bonked. I don't know, man. I don't know. He said, "What? The mayor actually confessed to the crime?" But he didn't mean it. He couldn't possibly have known what he was saying. He's probably possessed, or maybe he was in the middle of a nightmare. A nightmare? Oh, this is a nightmare. This is one statement I wish I'd never heard. What in the world are we gonna do now? Return to the basics. That's right. Always believe in your client. What about when a client says, "I did it"? That's a lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon. Yokai. Right. Just believe in my client, even if all I can see ahead is darkness and despair. Jinxie, does Prosecutor Blackquill know about your father's confession? I didn't mention it when he was questioning me. I mean, there's no way Papa's the killer. Why would the mayor confess like that? Could he really have been dreaming? Or simply delirious? He did just get bonked on the head real bad. Who knows? I sure feel like I'm in a living nightmare right now. Apollo, what are we gonna do about tomorrow's trial? The crime scene was locked tight until Jinxie arrived, and our clients even confessed. Not only that, Jinxie's been accused of planting the yokai evidence. Both the mayor and Jinxie are gonna prison if we don't do something. I know. Let's see here. Our lack of a third party in the locked room is a major problem. Jinxie has testified that when she first opened the door, Alderman QB and Mayor Tenma were the only people she saw in the Fox chamber. But the real killer must have been hiding in there as well. Considering the room was locked tight, that's the only logical explanation. Our mystery person must have then fled the Fox chamber when it was opened. And that's when Jinxie saw what she thought was Tenma Taro. But Papa and the Alderman were the only people there. I didn't see anyone else. What's going on here? LaBelle's extremely pale, but he's far from transparent. So just how did he hide himself at the scene of the crime? Maybe he did like a Spider-Man and was up on the ceiling, and lawyers don't know how to look up. Whatever it takes, or Jinxie rather. It wasn't the lawyers at the time. Maybe Jinxie didn't look up because she's a gamer. Whatever it takes in court tomorrow, Apollo. We have to take down that dirty, rotten Tenmataro Florent LaBelle. Right. We'll get him with the legal exorcism, justice style. Oh, she flicks her ring. The one where she's thinking. To be continued. Spider lawyer. Spider LaBelle. That was a lengthy investigation. I'm tempted to leave the rest of the trial for tomorrow. We have some time left, but I feel like there's no way the trial's gonna get done in like an hour. So I think we'll finish the trial tomorrow. Case 3, am I right? Phew! Oh man, case 3. Isn't that right, Nick? I mean Apollo? You said it. Oh. Case wow. Thank you, Mari. That's very fair. Case 2, then right. They're right. Then DLC. Thanks for the reminder. Gotta make sure that's in here, right? Games menu. It's not infuriating. I'm not crazy about the pacing of it though. Shit. I've been it's not a bad case, but just the fact that the opening cutscene showed Florent stabbing and getting in there and stuff, it's just like, okay, we need to figure about like the who's and the whys and the etceteras. And it's taken us a very, very, very long time to get to that point. We've been learning stuff along the way that's relevant, but there's just been a lot of stuff of just like, oh my god, finally we've gotten our characters to what we outside the story have known all along. So it takes a while. Outfits. They're good. Is SP at the bottom is this the DLC case? Special episode? So you remember to go over to that. Case 2 is the worst case in the game, DLC is the last one. Gotcha. SP. Cool. Glad it's already included. I'll have to download it separately. Well, yeah, and then we'll finish up case 3 tomorrow. And start case 2. And start the DLC case. Favorite case in the series? Well, damn. Well, good thing I played this instead of the 3DS version, because I'd be like, I don't have the DLC case. R.I.P. Case 3, am I right? Thank you, Mari. Yeah, look at him go. Maribur, thanks for 19 months. It's happening. Abum Bear, thanks for 22. More dual Destinies. Smashman, thanks for the 100 bits. That Naruto comment reminds me of you. You've heard of Bakeru, right? New game from Goodfeel. It's getting Western release, and soon, his Japanese voice acting main character sounds like Naruto, from what I've heard. I bet, thanks for 100 bits. Beans. With an A. I thought it was gonna be beans. B-A's. NB Genie, thanks for 69 bits. Simon Blackwell, my beloved. Whatever issues people have with Dual Destinies, the game's worth it just for him. And Athena, of course. They're both good. Sally Man, thanks for 57. Thanks for another Eternity adventure, you salami grabber. I am he who grabs the salami. Smash Man, thanks for 69 bits. Vampire jokes, how about this classic from SpongeBob? What do you call a vampire's car breaks down 1 block from a blood bank? A cab. Oh, you. Hulu Woo, thanks for 50 months. If the lawyer man fails his client, does he apologize? Yeah. Metasar, thanks for the raid and 35 months. Sampy, thanks for 21 months. Dry Oasis and Fatal, thank you both for those raids. Locked Heart, thanks for 18 months. People being in the audience is a nice touch, but they miss the children that always seem to be there. I mean, considering how much violence and or explosions that seems to happen in these courtrooms, I'm fine with them not visually showing kids in the gallery. But yeah, I do miss the, like, mommy. It's like, why'd you bring your kid here? Thank you for Big Monkey. And thank you for the big emotes. Eventually, I will switch over to Twitch alerts, which I believe does track the channel point, or not channel point, the power-up redeems. So thank you for those. But whenever I see a big emote, I do appreciate it, and it makes me happy. It's a win-win. Isaac Startown, thanks for 12 months. Enjoy your mildly cursed Skulky. Thank you for the Prime. Junction. And Smash, thanks for the bits. I fell asleep again. Good thing for VODs. Did we meet Clussy? No, what? No. Stop it. Next game. Oh, sounds like you remembered. Different case. You'll see, case is real good. I was resistant to it for a while, but a replay through made me appreciate it a lot more. All right. Well, we'll see. I'll try to keep my expectations in check as we check it out. Ooh. Are we raiding Dan? Maybe we're raiding Dan. You know, I feel like raiding Dan. Let's raid Dan. Dan's playing Voices of the Void, which is always a good time. Dan plus Voices of the Void is like my paranoia comfort zone. Also, I don't think I mentioned it earlier, but we were supposed to do a Dan Jones and Dragons last night, but we unfortunately did have to postpone it due to a couple people having some complications. So that we will be rescheduling that. If you're not in Dan's Discord, he posts the schedule and updates and stuff in there. I also posted about it in my server when it got canceled, but yeah. Spoopy Radio Telescope Alien Game. Yeah, that's the one. In case you're like, what's Voice of the Void? That's where Baro Tate came from. Was Arlo Dirk putting Barvatar in Voices of the Void. So, there you go. It's a good game. It's weird. Thanks for hanging. I'll be back, right? Isn't today Thursday? It's Thursday. But yeah, I'll be back with this tomorrow. To see through the end of Case 2. I was hoping to finish Case 2 today, but this is a beefy case. Case 3, am I right? Yeah. Maybe you could throw some rotates in there. See if Dan's using the microwave. What a week. What a week. Thanks for hanging. Have a good rest of your time zone. How does every game's Case 2 feels like this? Every single Ace Attorney game has this vibe in my heart. There's the where's the this was the unedited, well, edited, unedited, whatever. Anyway, thanks for hanging. There goes the raid. Goodbye. Thanks for watching, VOD Watchers. I hope you're enjoying Dual Destinies. Case 2. This time, lots of Case 2. Goodbye. Don't forget to do the thing you said you were going to do earlier and then forgot to do until just now.